I gave it back. Hi, good morning. Be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for the delay this morning. We were ready to go shortly after 9 o'clock. I was on the bench and we were ready to proceed, but there was a legal issue that came up that involved not the next witness, but the following witness, one of the expert witnesses. So I wanted to resolve that with counsel before we heard from the witness, so we didn't have to do it either at sidebar or excuse you during the doctor's testimony. So I think we have it resolved, and hopefully things will proceed smoothly. But we're going to hear from another lay witness first. Counsel, call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Boyd Martin.
Boyd Martin.
Please place your left hand on the Bible, sir. Raise your right hand and listen to my court clerk, who will administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Boyd Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martin, have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that to the court, and I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Martin. Where do you live?
I live in Cochrane, Pennsylvania.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
I am.
What do you do for a living?
My wife and myself train horses. My wife's a dressage rider. I'm a three-day event rider. In our sport, three-day eventing has dressage, show jumping, and cross-country. It's an Olympic sport.
Is Philip Dutton also in that sport?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you compete nationally in the United States?
Yes, and actually internationally representing America.
And in what competitions have you represented America in international competitions?
I've gone to 3 Olympic Games, I think 4 World Equestrian Games, and I think 2 Pan American Games.
Do you know Michael Barisson?
Yes.
How did you first come to know him?
Michael in the equestrian world is a legend. He's a very, very well-known, famous dressage trainer. I met him, I believe, in 2010. He's so good that he started actually training and coaching me and helping me develop my riding in dressage to a higher level.
Did he train you as well as your horse?
Yeah, I mean, he's a remarkable guy. He's obviously one of the best riders in this country, or if not the world. And I sort of went to him for improvement of my own riding and the improvement of horses. He's a brilliant horse trainer, great mentor, coach, competitor. Also a guy that's been there and done it, that sort of helped me in my career and point me in the right direction.
So approximately how many years of experience do you have observing Michael Barisson interact with horses?
Well, since being in this country, probably watching him for a couple of years before I started training with him, but closely sort of in a 10-year period.
Have you, in that time period, ever seen Michael Barisson abuse an animal?
Absolutely not. Michael is a fantastic horseman. To get the best out of the horses, the thing I learnt with Michael is sort of trust and confidence, and you know, he's a passionate trainer, and you know, really pointed me in the direction of sort of working with the animal without force.
Did there come a time when your relationship with Michael evolved beyond him being a coach and mentor into something else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm attracted to Michael just because of his character and his personality, and I think over time, you know, you start off as coach and student, and then you somewhat develop a friendship. You know, I love the guy. was fun to be around. He was a great teacher. We had the same love for horses, the same sort of goals and drive for competition. And I'd have to say that we became good friends.
Did he assist you at all in an appearance at the London Olympics in 2012?
Yeah, Michael was remarkable. He actually flew to England and trained and coached me at no cost. And he was instrumental on helping me get to my first Olympic Games. And, it was something I'll always remember of how he sort of dropped everything here in America and came to England and worked with me to prepare for the Olympics.
Were you at the Rio Olympics in 2016?
Yes.
Did Michael assist you in connection with that competition?
Yeah, he was coaching some of the pure dressage riders at that contest. But he definitely was an influence to me at that point there. I mean, when you go to the Olympic Games, there's long build-up, there's weeks of where you're sort of in a training camp, and definitely Michael was there and assisted.
So, did you develop a friendship with him?
Yes.
Did you ever socialize with him outside of the context of horses?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Like when you go to these championship events, you often, training a horse takes about an hour, and you're there and you hung out together, you obviously had dinner together. My wife and myself owned a dressage horse that we brought over from Australia, and we believed Michael was so good at improving horses. We actually sent this horse to his training facility in New Jersey and went up and watched Michael train the horse and enjoyed dinner with him afterwards. And he was you see him at competitions as well, and he's he's one of those people you're drawn to at the show. Like, he's larger than life and just fun to be around.
Based upon your interactions with him professionally and socially, did you develop any sort of impression as to his truthfulness as a person?
Yeah, I mean, he is, to me, a very honourable and truthful person. I think to achieve what he's achieved in his career, you can't be a con. Like, it's so hard work, it's such a long road, it's just thousands and thousands of hours of training and practice, and you can't get to where Michael's got to in his career by being a phony. And I'd say he's a very honourable character. He's truthful, and all the dealings I had with him as a coach and student, and him training our horses and seeing him socially, he was a very truthful person.
Have you ever co-owned horses with Michael?
We had this one horse called Jeff the Chef that Michael trained and improved, and we ended up selling the horse. And so we owned the horse, but I believe Michael got a commission on the sale.
Do you have a barn facility in Pennsylvania?
Yes, we have a farm in Cochranville, Pennsylvania.
Was there ever a time where there was a horrific fire at a facility you were associated with?
Yeah, unfortunately in 2011 I was actually renting a 16-stall barn. It was just, we'd come to America in 2007, and it was a tragic event. It was and there was an electrical fire that happened in the middle of the night from an electrical product called a hay steamer, and it was a disaster. This machine was a faulty machine, and the machine caught on fire. The whole building burnt down. I believe 6 horses died. The whole building was destroyed. We managed to save a number of the horses, but it was it was a horrible event.
As a horse owner, if you had been in that barn and noticed that hay steamer was somehow malfunctioning, would you have done something to address it?
Hold on. Let me see that sidebar. Sustained.
You mentioned that Michael was passionate in his work. Could you elaborate on that for the jury?
I mean, to be an Olympic athlete as successful as Michael, you've got to have determination and drive and positivity. You know, he was larger than life, a passionate guy. I don't know how much more to explain it, but he had a flamboyant personality. He loved so much what he did. It was really, I was magnetized to it a little bit. Like when he's coaching, you could hear it in his voice, or, you know, there was times where he'd wake up at 3 a.m. up here in New Jersey and drive to our farm and be there before I even woke up to train us. And, you know, he just loved horses. He loved seeing us succeed. And he was just passionate about his coaching and everything he did.
Throughout your association with Michael Barisone, did you ever witness him mistreating another person?
Never, no. I mean, there's coaching any athlete, I think, you know, in sports, there's times where your voice would get elevated or you might use a curse word, but, you know, I think it was definitely, in my experiences, is just because of how much he wanted you to improve, but there was never abusive or anything like that.
No further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Martin, you weren't at Mr. Barisone's farm on August 7th, 2019?
No.
And you're aware that he's on trial for attempted murder?
Yes.
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I call your next witness.
Defense calls Dr. Stephen Simring. Dr. Simring.
Hi, doctor. Left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand as my clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Stephen with a V, Simring, Simring.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, direct examination.
Just wait till the doctor gets settled. Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
Where do you reside currently, doctor?
Reside in Tenafly, New Jersey.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you give us a little bit of background with regards to your education?
Yeah, psychiatry is a specialty of medicine. I went to college at Columbia. I went to medical school at NYU. I did my general surgery residency at Bellevue Hospital, and then I did a psychiatric residency at Columbia Presbyterian, New York State Psychiatric Institute. After that, I was in the U.S. Army Medical Corps for 3 years.
And what did you do in the U.S. Army?
I treated psychiatric patients who were military, usually Vietnam, people coming back and forth from Vietnam.
Okay.
Returned then to New Jersey. I became the medical director of Mount Carmel Guild Community Mental Health Center, which is part of Catholic Charities. I did that for about 3 years, and then I joined what was then called New Jersey Medical School, now known as Rutgers. And for the next, almost 30 years, I was director of medical student education at New Jersey Medical School in Newark. At times, I was vice chair of the department. I ran the residency training program, but I was usually in charge of medical student education. After that, I returned to Columbia, where I still am, and I directed the forensic or legal psychiatry training program at Columbia. Throughout all this time, I've been in private practice of psychiatry, where I've seen individual patients for therapy, and I've also done forensic or legal evaluations.
And approximately, how many patients have you seen and evaluated over your career?
I've seen thousands of cases.
And how long have you been in psychiatry?
Well, I finished my residency in psychiatry in 1970. Then I went to the Army, and then in 1973 I received board certification, so I'm a board-certified psychiatrist.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what board certified means?
Well, psychiatry is a specialty of medicine, like surgery or radiology. In order to do that, you need to graduate from medical school and finish an approved residency. After that, there's an examination to measure your qualification. And I passed that examination in 1973. I became board certified. Oddly enough, it's lifetime certification. Nowadays, people have to do it every 10 years to take recertification. However, I didn't get away with it because in 1994, they developed a subspecialty in forensic or legal psychiatry, and I passed that board, and that board is renewable every 10 years. So board certification means that after completing all the requirements, an established board of experts will evaluate your capability and competency.
Now, do you have any, or have you been appointed to any university in the board?
Well, yes. I mean, when I was at New Jersey Medical School, I sat on many of the committees. I was there for many years, and my work mainly involved students. At Columbia, the same thing. I was involved with residents and the training of residents. As part of my Columbia job, I also train residents at Cornell. Cornell has a partnership with Columbia through New York Presbyterian Hospital. So I spent much of my life in academic medicine, and at the same time, I've seen private patients throughout this whole time.
Did you have any hospital appointments?
Yes, I have a hospital. Well, for many years, I was appointed to University Hospital in Newark, which is part of UMBNJ, or New Jersey Med School, again, now called Rutgers. They keep changing the names. Since 2005, when I returned to Columbia, I received an appointment at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, known as New York Presbyterian Columbia, and then I received an appointment at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell. That's the East Side Hospital. They have a partnership in New York Presbyterian Hospital. So I have 2 hospital appointments.
Have you received any awards or honors with regards to your work in psychiatry?
Most of the awards I've received over the years have been teaching awards.
How about any committee assignments?
Well, that's part of academia, as you serve on committees. Everybody serves on committees, so you don't get much credit for it, but part of the duties in academia is serving on committees.
Do you have any specific research interests that you've pursued?
Medical student education.
Now, have you written any articles?
Written a few, not that many over the years. They're listed in my CV.
Any books? Authored any books?
Yeah, I've written a few books. They're more in the field of popular psychiatry more than academic psychiatry. For example, I co-authored the book Making Marriage Work for Dummies, of all things. It's part of the Dummies series. I wrote The Compatibility Quotient, co-authored that. This has to do with marriage. I wrote a book with now the current dean of New Jersey Medical School, Robert Johnson, a book called The Race Trap. And this really has to do, back 20 years ago, about black-white race relations. He's African American, so we had it from the point of view of a black and a white doctor. We're going to revise that book because race relations have so totally changed in the United States. I've written a few other books.
Doctor, have you ever been qualified as an expert in a court of law?
I have many times.
And when you say many times, approximately how many times?
Probably hundreds of times. Most of the time, I've been qualified in the state of New Jersey. I should have mentioned I'm licensed in New Jersey and New York. I have an inactive license in California. So that in New Jersey and New York, I practice mainly in New Jersey, occasionally in New York, and of course my appointment at Columbia and Cornell is in New York. I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
I think you answered it. Let me ask another one.
Thank you.
Have you ever testified as an expert on behalf of the state?
Oh, yeah.
To the prosecutor?
Thank you. I was telling you about testifying. Most of my testimony has been in Superior Court in the state of New Jersey. I've occasionally testified in Supreme Court in New York, which is the equivalent of Superior Court. They have a nutty kind of way of naming courts there. So their Supreme Court is like our Superior Court. I've testified in federal court, mainly in the state of New Jersey, occasionally in New York. That's called the U.S. District Court. I've testified at arbitration hearings as well. I've testified occasionally out of state in psychiatry. And I've been qualified. So I've been retained often by, I do civil and criminal cases. In criminal cases, I've been retained by defense lawyers like you, by the prosecutor. I've worked for Mr. Shelhorn's office, and I've worked for many of the prosecutors' offices in the state of New Jersey. I've been retained or appointed by judges to do specific tasks. So I've been retained by people from lawyers and judges from all sides.
And you indicated that you've been retained by the Morris County Prosecutor's Office in the past?
Oh, I have, yes.
On one or more occasions?
Comes and goes. I've testified in most of the counties in the state. I've been retained by many of the prosecutors' offices, public defenders' offices, and private attorneys. In Morris County, I did a lot of cases when Michael Murphy was the county prosecutor at that time.
Where?
Here in Morris. Here in Morris. Judge Michael Murphy was the prosecutor at that time. After him, I started doing fewer cases here, more cases in Bergen and Essex. But over the years, I've done Morris County cases.
Now, Judge, at this point, I'll move Dr. Simring as an expert in psychiatry.
Forensic psychiatry, right?
Correct.
Yes? All right. Any objection, or do you have any questions for the doctor solely related to his qualifications as an expert?
No, Judge. Thank you.
All right, very good. Dr. Simring will be qualified by the court as an expert pursuant to Rule 702, based on his training, his knowledge, his education, skill, and experience. He has been qualified before, and he'll be qualified this time as an expert in the area of forensic psychiatry, and he'll be allowed to render his opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You're welcome, Doctor. Go ahead, Mr.
Can
Blinkus.
you explain to the jury what forensic psychiatry is?
Well, forensic psychiatry is a subspecialty of psychiatry, just as psychiatry is a subspecialty of medicine. It's a discipline, and I have been qualified as an expert in psychiatry with a subspecialty in forensic psychiatry. Forensic psychiatry is the application of the specialty of psychiatry to specifically to legal issues. And legal issues come in a lot of varieties. Many of them are civil cases where one person is suing another and brings up a psychiatric issue. A simple example of that may be a will contest, where the state of mind of the testator or the will maker is brought into question. Some of these cases have to do with claims of damages, medical malpractice, or sexual harassment, or things like that. Then there are criminal cases, such as this one. And in a criminal case, I will render opinions as to an individual's state of mind, an individual's dangerousness from a psychiatric point of view, an individual's competency or fitness to stand trial, and other factors dealing with an individual's state of mind as it applies to the criminal charges. And as I've testified, I've been retained by defense, prosecution, and the court to render these opinions.
Doctor, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
The training is very different. For the purpose of testifying, psychologists can do very much what I do in telling the jury, giving the jury expert opinions about a person's state of mind. However, the training is very, very different. Psychiatry is a specialty of medicine. You can't go into psychiatry unless you go to medical school. You know, the old joke was the psychiatrist is a doctor who doesn't like to see blood. And, you know, that's a little bit funny, but it is a specialty as surgery, internal medicine, gynecology, any other specialty. Psychology is an academic study, and instead of getting an MD degree and specializing as you do in psychiatry, you will aim toward a PhD degree or a PsyD, PsyD degree, and you get an academic degree, and then you take courses, and then you become a specialist in psychiatric issues. So although the training is very different, they often converge in two places. One place is that psychiatrists and psychologists both often provide therapy, so both can be qualified to be psychiatric therapists. Second thing is both psychiatrists and psychologists can do evaluations. I think the one place in which psychiatry has an advantage in doing evaluations is in questions of medication, where medication is concerned, because part of my training is training in the use and prescription of medications. The one place where psychology has an advantage is in testing, pen and paper psychological testing, where they have an advantage.
Doctor, were you retained to evaluate Michael Barissone's state of mind at the time of this incident?
I was asked to see Mr. Barisone shortly after, really within a month of the incident, which occurred in early August 2019.
Now, is there any significance as to when you see a particular individual as far as the closeness to the event with regards to rendering an opinion?
Well, ideally, you want to do an evaluation as close to the event as possible because it's fresh and everything is fresh. The ideal circumstance is getting a call from an attorney to see his client in jail or really in some kind of custody or in the office. It would be great to see somebody shortly afterwards. That often doesn't happen. Very often, because of the way the court system works, I'm asked to see somebody months or even years after an event, and then I have to reconstruct what had happened. That's certainly possible, but it makes it more difficult. Here, in this case, I was asked to see Mr. Barisone the first time on September 6, 2019, which is just a tiny bit more than a month after the incident.
Okay, and again, on that day you met with Michael Barisone, correct?
I did.
And that was in person, correct?
Yes, it was. That was just before the it was just before the pandemic, yes.
And after the pandemic, did you have an occasion to meet with him on other occasions?
I met with Mr. Barisone 4 more times throughout the year 2020, all of which were done by Zoom. By that time, much of my evaluations were being done by Zoom, like most other mental health professionals.
Right. Did you interview anyone else other than Michael Barisone to formulate your opinion in this matter?
Yes, I'd had telephone interviews. First, I read all the records, statements made by many, many people, including Michael Barisone's girlfriend, Mary Haskins Clark. I've read statements by the victim, in this case, her boyfriend, people involved in her life. I spoke by phone specifically to 2 people. One is Stephen Tarshish, who is Mr. Barisone's long-term lawyer, and he was involved in trying unsuccessfully to put a stop to what was going on between Mr. Barisone and Ms. Kanarek.
If I can stop you for a second, Doc. Why did you contact Stephen Tarshish as Michael Barisone's attorney to talk to him?
This is a complicated case, as I'm sure the jury knows, but one of the issues was that as time went by, Mr. Barisone was trying everything within his power to stop the relationship between him and Kanarek and Goodwin. In other words, he wanted them off his property, and he wanted them to leave. They didn't want to leave. That's the simple part of it. So he wanted them to leave. They were squatting. They didn't want to leave. They claimed they had a right to be there. So Mr. Barisone tried everything in his power to get them to leave. And among other things, he contacted the Washington Township Police on at least 4 occasions, and probably more than that, and asked for the help.
Hold on a second. Can I see counsel at sidebar, please? Belinkis, that testimony was not exactly responsive, so please ask another question.
Dr.
And I'm not sure we have to get into why he spoke to someone, because that probably led the doctor to testify as he did. So he certainly indicated who he spoke to, that's fine, but why he did it, information he received from those people is not something he should testify to now.
As far as
Okay.
The
Thank you.
witness was just asking where the other jurors were. I said in the front.
Oh, yes, in the
Thank you.
first two rows.
Thank you, Your Honor.
COVID protocols.
Little disoriented during COVID.
Understood.
I don't know who I'm
We
talking
haven't,
to.
we haven't all of a sudden in criminal cases reduced a jury to 7 jurors.
I didn't think so, Your
I should
Honor.
have made that clear at the outset.
Thank you,
We
sir.
We have 16, including the first 2 rows.
Thank you.
All right.
Didn't want to ignore the rest. Thank you.
Understood.
Doctor, I see that you're referring to your report. I'm just going to give you a copy.
Hold on, Mr. Belinkis, there's an issue with the court smart recording. All right, we're good. Go ahead, Mr. Belinkis.
Just so the record is clear, I've marked a copy of your report D900E-1, which I'll place here. So if you're referring to your report, which is not a problem, just indicate so, and that's the exhibit number that has been marked.
Thank you. I have my own copy, Mr. Blinkus.
Now, you indicated you spoke to the attorney, Stephen Tarshish. Did you speak to anyone else with regards to Michael Barisone that you used and relied on as far as your evaluation?
Yes, I spoke to his long-term therapist who has seen him in therapy for years, and it's Miss Picardo. I'm looking at her first name. I'm blocking on that.
I'm going to refer you to the first page of your report, second paragraph, ask you to review that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, thank you. Ann Picardo, sorry. I spoke to Ann Picardo. Mr. Barisone had been seeing Ann Picardo for therapy off and on for many years. So with Mr. Barisone's permission, I spoke to Ms. Picardo to gather her thoughts about his background.
And did you receive information from Picardo that you relied on with regards to the formulation of your opinion?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what information she provided you that you relied on as far as your evaluation here?
Well, I'm not sure how much detail you want me to go into.
Whatever detail that you relied on and you believe is necessary to explain why you rendered the opinion that you did.
Okay.
I can refer you to page 15.
Thank you. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Sorry, those are the past personal history. What I learned from her is that he came from a family which was emotionally and physically abusive. That as a boy growing up, his mother according to her, was very selfish and very abusive to him. His mother, by the way, passed away in 2014. His father died in 2019, just after his arrest. Ms. Picardo remembered that in terms of the history, that one of the maternal grandparents suffered from depression, and she believed that one of the grandparents required shock treatment, electroconvulsive therapy.
And why is that relevant, Doc?
Well, depression runs in families, and one of my diagnoses, of my two diagnoses, one of them is persistent depressive disorder or chronic depression.
And so that was relevant with regards to your diagnosis regarding the depressive diagnosis?
That's correct. Just one more piece of evidence. People with depression often have depressions in the family. Some do not. Many do.
All right. And what else, if anything, did you rely on?
She told me, and this is even more important, Ms. Picardo said that she had treated Mr. Barisone on and off for 20 years. Never consistently, but on and off for depression and anxiety. And he would make appointments with her and see her when he felt he needed care. She described him to me as, this is a direct quote, very troubled. She thought he was at a considerable risk for suicide, and she believed that even before the current events. He expressed to her, after he spoke to her after the incident, that he had lost everything. She also noted that throughout the years, in addition to being depressed, he appeared to be paranoid, by which she meant unduly suspicious of the motives of others.
And how is that information relevant to your diagnosis?
Well, my diagnosis is based on my review of the records, which are extensive, my review of the medical records, the incident reports, my 5 interviews with Mr. Barisone, and also other information that comes through, such as medical records and impressions from other treating professionals. All that helps me to formulate a diagnosis.
Now, can you set forth generally what you reviewed that you relied on that formed your opinion?
Yes, the material's extensive, as the jury can see from this pile of papers on my desk that's more than 8 inches thick. But just to summarize it, I had, and I'm reading now from my report where I summarized everything, the legal documents, Washington Township investigation reports, which had to do with the current incident, and visits that Washington Township made to Mr. Barisone before the incident, dealing with difficulties he was having with Ms. Canarak and Ms. Goodwin.
Doctor, did you review the reports with regards to Michael Barisone's 911 calls to Washington Township?
I did. There were several. There were at least 4 911 calls in which, in the days before the shooting incident, in which Mr. Barisone was increasingly panicky and increasingly desperate to get help for a situation which had been spinning out of control. And he put these in the form of 911 calls. Officers responded to the scene, but didn't do very much.
And what, if any, impact did that have on Michael Barisone's state of mind during this?
Mr. Blinkus, can I see you for a minute?
Doctor, with regards to the numerous times that Michael Barisone contacted the Washington Police Department and called 911, did you discuss with him his feelings and beliefs with regards to those interactions with the police?
Yes. I did not discuss it with the police. I discussed the reports with Mr. Barisson.
And what did Michael Barisone tell you with regards to these numerous attempts to try to get the town to assist him?
Mr. Barisson said he was scared to death of Lauren Canarak, and he wanted help in any way he could get it, that he had tried everything he knew, calling his lawyer, calling the police, trying to speak directly to Lauren Canarak and her father Jonathan, speaking to Goodwin, speaking through intermediaries on the farm, but nothing worked. And in the last several days prior to the shooting itself, he implored the police for their help in putting an end to the situation.
Okay, focusing specifically just on his contact with the police, what impact did that have on his mental state, if any?
Well, Mr. Barisson became increasingly desperate because he saw himself in a situation in which he was being physically threatened by Lauren Canarak and Robert Goodwin. He felt trapped. He felt that there was no way out, despite the fact that he owned a farm, that he had a reputation, that he had funds, that he had education. He felt that he was unable to do anything to make this situation go away and to get Lauren Canarak to leave.
Now, in your interviews with Michael Barisone, did you have any difficulty communicating with him at any point?
Well, yes, the difficulty I had communicating with him is he went into incredible detail about everything, and it was very hard to pin him down to try to get a trend of what he was thinking. He would answer the question, and then he would go off on showing me posts that Lauren Canarak did on Facebook with all kinds of fantastic threats, stories about chess games, stories about other people, and it was hard to focus him on what his actual thinking was because he was so preoccupied with Canarak, and remained preoccupied even after the shooting and even after his arrest.
And he was he that same way in each and every meeting that you had?
He was. Now, he was worst when I first saw him. I first saw him in within a month, a little more than a month after the shooting. I then saw him 4 times in fairly close proximity in April of 2020. So by that time, 2 years had passed, a year had passed. And he had improved a little bit, but he remained focused, and he remained, he wouldn't stop talking about what happened and what Lauren Canarak was doing and what she was still doing. He wouldn't stop writing. He was continuing to demonstrate, to produce documents saying all the things that she did to him and all the things he was afraid that she would do to him. It reached a point where I said to him that I cannot process all this information. Would you please restrict it to 100 pages? I rarely have to do that with somebody. Usually with examinees and with patients, I want them to produce everything they can. But with him, I said, I cannot read thousands of pages. I want you to boil this down. And he finally did produce for me a 91-page document with the high points.
Now, I show you what has been marked Defense Exhibit 900E-3. Is this a copy of that
Yes.
document you asked Michael Barisone to produce?
Right, this is the 91-page document. It wasn't numbered, so when I reviewed this with you, Mr. Belinkus, we numbered the pages for easy reference. I have my own copy.
Okay, now, did you review and rely on what's contained in that document in formulating your opinion?
Yes, among other things. I don't think I ever finished my last question about the materials that I reviewed.
Okay, please finish.
And I started by saying I reviewed the Washington Township police reports, both during the investigation of the shooting itself and the 4 visits the Washington Township police made to Mr. Barisone prior to the shootings, where he was imploring their help in solving the situation. I reviewed investigation reports by the Morris County Prosecutor's Office. I reviewed reports by local police. I reviewed the indictment, criminal complaint, the search warrant. I reviewed documents that had to do with trying to obtain, Mr. Barisone was convinced that bugs had been placed, listening devices, had been placed throughout the farm. So he retained a private firm called Bug Sweeps to try to figure out where these bugs were and what they were recording. I obtained medical records, and this had to do with the emergency room visit, the emergency squad that came out to the farm after the shooting, and they took Miss Canarak to the hospital. They also took Mr. Barisone, who had been injured himself in the episode. I read the notes from the emergency responders who were first on the scene to gather their impression of what things were happening. I read the doctor reports from Mr. Canarak and Mr. Barisone. Then finally, I read an extensive file of correspondence, text messages, and social media posts, largely from Lauren Canarak, but others as well. And the bulk of this lengthy pile of documents that you have here have to do with these posts and text messages.
Was it brought to your attention that there were over 19,000 pages of social media posts from Lauren Canarak?
Oh, well, yes, that's why I told Mr. Barisone, there is no way you're going to get me to read 19,000 pages. I have better things to do. If you want me to do this, you're going to have to boil this down to 100 pages, and then I'll read it. That's pretty unusual, because normally in cases I kind of scrounge for every scrap of relevant material I could get, but there was so much of this stuff.
Now, was Michael Barisone ever able, in any of your meetings with him, was he ever able to discuss the specific incident with you?
Well, he talked about what happened up until the time he jumped into his truck and drove down to the place where Lauren Canarak and Robert Goodwin were residing. He remembered nothing about the incident itself, and then he talked about the aftermath.
So as far as the actual incident, he was never able to give you any specific details each and every time you talked to him?
That is correct. He gave me no details, and he gave law enforcement no details.
Now, you did realize that he is charged with a criminal offense, correct?
Absolutely.
And did his, and I'm going to describe it as amnesia with regards to that portion of the events, cause you any concerns? And if so, what did you do to address those concerns?
Well, not at all. He got hit on the head, which is probably the most likely reason that he lost memory. During the confrontation, it happened very quickly, and what happened is not very clear. But one of the things seemed to be that Robert Goodwin hit him on the head with his cell phone, and he suffered a hematoma behind his ear and some other head injuries. That's the most likely reason that he lost his memory. However, your question has more to do with his current fitness to stand trial. Does he remember enough to stand trial? And my answer to that is absolutely, because he can provide the entire background. He could provide details of all the interactions between him, Canarak, Goodwin, and all the other relevant principals, and he can account for what happened afterwards. The fact that he got hit on the head and don't remember the shooting itself does not undermine his ability to stand trial, and does not undermine my ability to make a determination about what his mental state was, because there was abundant evidence of his mental state leading up to the actual shooting.
Now, with regards to his inability to recall the specific events, you've indicated that the blows to his head may very well be the cause of that, correct?
Probably. I mean, there's another possibility. When people are in periods of high anxiety, as he was terrified when he jumped into the car. As far as I could tell, he grabbed a pistol. He owned guns, but he grabbed a pistol. It's kind of a lady's pistol, a pink pistol, referred to as a lady's pistol, that belonged to his friend, Dr. Ruth Cox. And he did it very impulsively, jumped into his car, drove down there, And according to him, he was afraid he'd be killed and wanted to defend himself. Now, when people are in states of high anxiety like that, like anybody can remember, like being, say, in a car accident or being the victim of a crime, sometimes memory is not completely clear for everything that happens because anxiety is so high. However, I think the most simple explanation is he got hit on the head.
Okay, now, can you say definitively, to a degree of medical certainty, what the specific cause was, either the head injury or the mental state caused by anxiety?
Well, Counselor, as you well know, I can't say anything definitively. I can offer an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical probability, which means that it's highly likely medically. I can't testify as to anything into certainty. Also, there are data missing here about exactly what happened, and I read all the witness statements to try to put it all together. I think the most likely explanation for his amnesia is he got hit on the head, and it's well known and well documented that he got hit on the head. I've read reports from Morristown Memorial documenting all of his injuries. I think there is also the possibility that his enormous, overwhelming state of anxiety may have affected his memory. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay, now, did you review any documents with regards to Michael Barissone's state of mind immediately after the incident that you relied on in helping you form that opinion that you just testified to?
Well, yes, there were many observers, mainly the trained observers from the emergency squad, emergency medical services, and everybody described the same thing. He was oriented to person and place. In other words, he knew he was Michael Barisone, and he knew that he was on his farm, so he knew that. However, every observer commented that he was confused about what had just happened. Every observer who saw him, there must have been a dozen observers on the scene, in the hospital emergency room, in the emergency bay, at the hospital. Everybody commented that he was confused about what actually happened. And actually, to this day, not to this day, but to the last time I saw him in April of 2020, he still did not remember exactly what happened. He remembered what led to it. He remembered having the visitors from Child Protective Services. He remembered jumping into his truck. He remembered being threatened, and he remembered being treated for injuries, but did not remember what happened in between. Now, that's different from knowing who he is or where he is. He did know who he is and where he was.
Now, did you have discussions with Michael Barisone with regards to various social media posts?
I had extensive discussions with him about media posts, and the media posts were almost all done by Lauren Canarak. Some of them were old media posts where she had posted comments about other individuals, often very negative comments about other individuals. I discussed that with him.
If I can stop you there, Doc. I'm going to show you what has been marked D900E-4, which is a social media post from a woman named Staggart and Cat.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is what we talked about this
I'm
morning.
not getting into the details.
Then why are you showing it to him then? You're not getting into the details which the court excluded. Why even show it to him? Doesn't that run the risk of an improper comment?
No, because I thought you told me I could leave here.
Not as to the details. That was part of my
I'm
ruling
not
this
asking
morning.
any details, Judge.
All right, go ahead. Just be careful.
Doctor, I'm showing you 900E 4 and 5. For the record, there are posts from Canarak to Staggart and from Canarak to Parkinson. Do not say what's contained in here.
I've seen these posts.
And did you discuss these posts with Michael Barisone?
I did.
And without discussing the content, how would you describe these posts?
Objection.
You're asking this doctor's opinion on it?
How
Well,
did Michael
yeah,
Barisson
it's
describe
exactly.
these posts to you without referring to the content?
He found them very scary.
What effect did those posts, based on your discussions with Michael Barisson, have on his mental state?
These were just more pieces of more bricks, more pieces in a building fear that he had of Lauren Canarak. He became increasingly terrified of Miss Canarak, and increasingly terrified of what he believed Lauren Canarak could do to him and to his girlfriend Mary Haskins Gray. And over the time, certainly over the last month or two prior to the incident, he became increasingly terrified of what he regarded as Lauren's power to destroy him, to destroy Mary Haskins Gray, to destroy his farm, to destroy Mary Haskins Gray's family. And these posts was simply more links to build up this terror. I can't point to any one post and say this is what did it, but there was an ongoing series of posts which he found increasingly terrifying.
And is it your opinion that each and every post, to a certain degree, played a role in his decline of his mental state?
Absolutely, it was a buildup. He became increasingly terrified and increasingly paranoid.
Did you discuss with Michael Barisson Lauren Canarak's post about going to war?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 200A 85, 200A 25, and 200A 84. Can you review these and tell me if these are some of the posts that you discussed with Michael Barisson with regards to Canarak's posting about going to war?
Yes, these the most relevant thing about these posts are they all occurred in late July 2019, which is within a couple of weeks of the incident.
And what effect did those posts have on Michael Barisson?
There's no single post that I could say did any single thing. It was a buildup and continued to play on his fears. He became increasingly panicky. If you take any one post out of context, you may say, gee, maybe this is a joke, or gee, maybe this is a game. But at this point, he had begun to take these posts extremely seriously and literally, and believed that she had power to do all of these things that she was threatening to do in the posts. So with each one, it turned up the ratchet of the pressure, and Mr. Barisone became increasingly distraught, increasingly frightened.
Can I have those?
Sure. I have all these. You can have those as well.
Can I see those there? Doctor, I'm not going to go over each and every post.
Thank God.
Did you discuss with Michael Barisson the post where Lauren Canarak talked about having...
Judge, can I ask that the witness not be led?
I'm trying not to get...
Well,
Can we be heard at sidebar?
sure. rephrase your question, please, in this regard.
Doctor, I'm going to show you Exhibit 200A36, 200A53, 200A63, and 200A62 with regards to
Thank you.
weapons and guns.
Yes.
Can you just look at all of them quickly?
I'm familiar with that. I've read all this.
Right. And what impact did those posts have on Michael Barison's mental state?
Well, it's the same thing. First of all, you have to look at the dates of these posts. Some of them are much earlier, in April of 2018. So some of this goes back much before the actual incident. So in the first set of posts, and I won't go into reading any of these things, they're all threatening. They all have to do with guns. They have to do with with weapons, with robbery, you could take all of it literally, but all of it has a threatening aspect to it. So the first set of posts, the important thing is this was April of 2018. This is more than a year before the incident. The second set of
Can we be
posts.
heard at sidebar?
Can I see you, Mr. Mr. Belinkus, proceed in accordance with the court's decision at the bench, please.
Doctor, did you discuss with Michael Barisone posts from Lauren Canarak where she talks about mental health issues on her behalf?
Yes.
Did you discuss with him specific posts that he saw prior to the shooting with regards to Lauren Canarak and her mental health issues?
Yes, Counselor, I've discussed many of them. After a while, I had to stop the discussion because he would have kept me there all day showing me posts. And it just reaches a point where it's no point. Yes, to your answer, he did discuss specific posts about her mental health and alleged mental health issues.
Judge, I think this is one of the topics I had asked if there could be a limited instruction about.
Yes. I was going to give some limiting instructions at the end of the testimony before your cross-examination. Or would you rather me give it now?
No, Judge, if you're inclined to give it at the end, that
Right,
would be
because
all
there's a number of different topics. I don't want to keep interrupting
Yes.
any more than I already have.
right. Understood, Judge.
What's necessary. I'll give the limiting instructions at the end of the direct about any topics covered that deserve a limiting instruction, and I'll include it in my final charge as well.
Doctor, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 200A-77 and 200A-1, and ask you if you reviewed these with Michael Barisone.
Want these back?
Did you review those with Michael Barisone?
Can I see those?
Yes, I did. Yeah, and the first thing I look at, especially with all these records, is the date is the most important thing. And you've given me a handful of messages, some of which were April of 2019, which would have been 4 months or so before the incident, and the others were a few days before the incident in August of 2019.
And did Michael Barisone indicated that he was researching Lauren Canarak at any time?
Yes.
And did he indicate that he was,
Judge, I'm going to object. These are leading questions.
I'll allow it in this area, just to get to the point.
did he indicate that he was pulling up all her Facebook posts from previous periods of time?
He was.
And with regards to those ones you have before you, how did Michael Barisone, how did those posts affect Michael Barisone's state of mind?
He became increasingly panicky. He became obsessed with her posts, preoccupied with her writing, and the more he dug into it, the more panicky he became.
At some point in time, did you discuss with Michael Barisone his belief that he was being recorded?
Yes.
And what discussions did you have with Michael Barisone concerning that, and what effect did it have on his mental state?
Well, he was being recorded. In fact, he hired, as I testified to the jury earlier, what's called a bug sweeping service. I saw documentation of individual professionals who go around trying to find listening devices, and they did indeed find some listening devices. And in fact, I believe that Lauren Canarak acknowledged placing listening devices. And some of the comments that he made in private in his own residence somehow got back to him in terms of a Facebook post or something like that. And he became increasingly anxious and panicky when he saw some of the things he was talking about in the quiet of his home was being put on Facebook, probably through listening devices. That increased his panic and sense of desperation.
Did he know 100% that document?
Yeah, this is a document from USA Bug Sweeps. guess there is such a profession called bug sweeping. And there's a contract that Mr. Barisone paid $5,000 to this bug sweeping company to check out his rather large property, a farm and stables, to try to find bugs or listening devices. And they followed through on that contract.
Now, what effect did that have on Michael Barisone?
He got increasingly paranoid. The more he did to try to assure himself, the worse things got. Because the more he investigated, the more he found, and the more panicky he got. And nobody seemed to be able to stop it. When I'm saying nobody, I'm talking about his loved ones. Nobody seemed to be able to stop it. Everybody noticed that he was no longer the same person, that he had become depressed, preoccupied, strange, odd. But in his own mind, he thought the solution to this was investigating further and further and further. But the more he looked, the worse things got. It was like a house of mirrors.
Did you discuss with Michael Barisone him hiring a private investigator to do a background check of Cataract and Goodwin?
He did. One more futile effort to try to reassure himself. He hired a private investigator who did some kind of background check of Cataract and Goodwin. When I say some kind, I never saw a formal report. Excuse me. But mainly, they found some records in North Carolina.
Okay. I'm going to lead you through this next series of questions. I'm going to show you D.
He said he never saw the report.
You saw this, Judge.
He just said he never saw the report.
Doctor, did you see a background check that Michael Barisone got with regards to Cataract and Goodwin?
Counselor, I said I never saw a formal report. What I saw are random records of arrests in North Carolina and some comments from the investigator. But I never saw a formal report in the sense of a formal investigation.
Okay. I'm going to show you D700A1. Is this the informal report that you reviewed with regards to?
Mr. Belinkus, he never said he saw an informal report.
Is this the report that you
He
saw?
never said he saw a report. He said he saw random records and comments by the investigator.
These are the records he's referring to, I believe.
Well, let him answer that.
Okay.
Answer is, excuse me, correct. These are records that have to do with traffic
Okay, you
records.
can't.
Okay, I'm
discuss-
sorry.
You can't discuss the content. Are these the records that you reviewed with regards to what was provided to Michael Barisone?
These and a few others, yes.
Now, these records indicate that there were numerous arrests for both individuals, correct? Just yes or no?
I don't know how to categorize numerous.
More than one?
More than one, yes, Your Honor.
And did you discuss those records and Michael Barisone's beliefs with regards to his review of those records?
Yes, and his mounting panic. And these records were more embers in the fire.
Did you discuss with Michael Barisone him hiring a person to sit outside of the stable area at night and guard the stable area?
He did. I believe that was Larry Davidson.
And is that also something that fueled?
Well, yes, everything he tried to do, which on the surface would provide some level of protection against his perception of danger, only increased the danger and made it even worse.
Did you discuss with
Hold on,
Michael?
can I see?
Doctor, with regards to your testimony concerning increased danger, was that Michael Barissone's impression of what was going on?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you 4 posts. Defense Exhibit 200A, 83, A81, 900E6, and 900E7.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at these. Are these 4 postings from Lauren Canarac postings that you specifically talked to Michael Barisone about?
Again, I'm looking at dates. Yes, these are loosely called Manifesto 1, 2, 3, and 4. I
And
spoke
who
about
gave,
that.
who gave them that terminology?
Lauren Canarac.
Now, with regards to these posts and your discussions with Michael Barisone, can you tell the jury how these specific posts affected his mental state?
He believed all this stuff. As Ms. Canarac was gaslighting him, he believed it. And although many of the things of these posts I find fantastic, he believed it, and he believed it literally. And he believed that all of these things presented a danger to him and to his family. And with each post, it turned up the screws and made him more anxious and more panicky.
Did you discuss with Michael Barisone why he left his residence and started living in the stables?
Yes, it was sort of a complex story, but apparently a report had been made to the town inspection facilities reporting on unsafe conditions within the dwelling. And there were 2 dwellings on there, and at that time he was sharing one of the dwellings with Canarac and Goodwin. But there was a report made, and it had to do with unsafe conditions. I never could get that exactly straight. There had been a burst pipe at one point. There was some question about how many people were living in the dwelling and if there was adequate septic tank coverage for that. But whatever it was, the bottom line was, Mr. Goodwin, Mr. Barisone believed that he had been reported to the town by Canarac and Goodwin. I'm not sure who reported the town, but he believed Canarac and Goodwin did that. In any event, the town came and they closed the facility, said it was uninhabitable until remediated, and he had to leave, as did Canarac and Goodwin. And they had to, fortunately it was middle of the summer, and they had to sleep outdoors while he remediated these problems.
Okay, and can you describe what, if any, impact Barisone having to live outside had on his mental state?
Well, it was playing with his mind even more. He no longer could be in familiar surroundings. He was outdoors. Things are becoming increasingly strange and disorienting for him.
On the day of the incident, Did you review any documents with regards to DCPP coming to the farm area?
I did. It's DCP&P. It's what DIFUS is called nowadays in New Jersey, basically Child Protective. Apparently, a report had been filed with Child Protective that children, these were children of Mary Haskins Gray, Mr. Barisone, not his children, but her children, who had visited the farm from time to time. And these documents made a report, an anonymous report, because these reports are always anonymous, that these children were in some kind of danger. And that was my understanding, that one or two representatives of DCP&P, Division of Child Protective and Permanency, came down to visit and wanted to question Mr. Barisone about these allegations of abuse of these children.
Now, did you discuss that with Michael Barisone?
I did.
What did he specifically tell you with regards to that contact with DCPP?
It was the final straw.
What effect do you believe that had on Michael Barisone's state of mind?
It was the final straw.
Now, when you do an evaluation, Doc, can you explain to the jury how you come to what your opinion is?
Well, evaluation is a formal exercise. What you do is, it starts with the review of records. And depending on the evaluation, the records could be really very brief, maybe one report, or they can be very lengthy, like in this case. So I spend a lot of time reviewing the records. So before I even meet the examinee, I'm familiar with the records. And records generally tend to be police reports, hospital records, medical records, investigation reports. There can be any kind of relevant records. This case was a little unusual because the bulk of the records were actually Facebook postings, largely from Lord Canarac. But background could be anything, could be military records, whatever the records are that is appropriate to what I'm examining somebody for. Past police records, past arrest records. I could give you a list of records. So I'll ask the attorney who retains me, whether it's a defense lawyer or prosecutor, please give me what's called a discovery, all the records, so that I can become familiar with the facts of this case. Once I do that, I schedule a meeting with the examinee and hold a meeting. It usually is 2 to 3 hours, sometimes, depending on the complexity of the case, followed up by other meetings. During the sessions with the examinee, I take notes. And the notes are my own notes. They look like this. They're handwritten notes. And these are notes which are they're not opinions, but they're simply my impression, not my impressions, but what the person told me in response to questions. I then put together the background and the notes and write a report. In this case, there was one single report dated August 17th, 2020, after all 5 exams were done. And this report consists of 19 pages, and this contains my diagnosis and all of my findings. There are sometimes follow-up reports, especially when new material surfaces. But in this case, there was no follow-up report. There is the singular report of August 17th, and this contains all my opinions. Now, subsequent to the report, Mr. Belinkus has given me other materials and more postings, but it was all more of the same. So there was nothing in the additional materials I saw that would cause me to write a revised report. A revised report would come if there was something really different, or if something I said looked not to be accurate. So that's the process. In that report, then, I have a diagnosis, and I try to address the questions the lawyer put to me, namely, what was Mr. Barisone's state of mind at the time of this shooting. And that's it. I sometimes get called to testify in court about that, as I am today.
Now, did you review anything that would address whether or not Michael Barisone was sleeping leading up to this event?
I'm sorry, that he had been sleeping before this happened?
Sleeping or not sleeping?
Oh, no, he had terrible insomnia.
And what
If
effect?
that's what, well, not just what I said, but there were all kinds of witnesses on there. His girlfriend, Mary Haskins, Ruth Cox, who was a family friend, Larry Davidson, who's the man they had there, Jason, what's his name, his assistant trainer, the young people who came forward, who were training on the farm. There must have been at least 10 or 15 people who all said the same thing, that Michael Barisone looked terrible in the last few days. This was not the Michael Barisone they knew, that he could barely get one foot in front of the other or get 2 or 3 words together, that he looked as if he hadn't slept. Several of these people, and not even interested people like his girlfriend, but just kids who were training on the farm, would comment that he looked terrible. Some of them thought that he was going to commit suicide. Some of them say he wasn't sleeping. He looked just horrible. And this was not the man they knew. They knew him as a tall, rather heroic character, an Olympian, someone who was a leader, someone who trained them, and he had turned into, in their words, really a human wreck.
Now, in your report, did you discuss with Michael Barisone what he believed was going to happen to him after DCP&P came to the farm?
Well, yes, he was convinced the children would be taken away, the children would be harmed, the children would be taken away, and this was now on top of all the other fears that the horses would be harmed by Canarak and Goodwin, that Canarak and Goodwin would take away his farm, take away his possessions, destroy his reputation in the equestrian community. So in addition to all these other fears of what Canarak and Goodwin were going to do to him, all these fears which had been built up in his paranoia, there was now a brand new fear that had never been there before. The DCP&P were going to take away Mary Haskin Gray's children. And that was the last straw. There could have been other last straws, but that was the thing that immediately precipitated his arming himself to defend himself, driving down and having the confrontation.
And did he indicate to you what, if anything, he believed with regards to his personal safety and the safety of Mary Haskins?
They were frightened to death. He thought that Goodwin and Canarak were going to kill them.
Now, in formulating your opinion, did any single document or statement control?
No. No, it was the buildup of thousands and thousands of documents over a period of years and really coming to fruition in the last few months before the shooting itself.
Did any single interview control what your opinion is here today?
No, it did not, and everyone who tried to intervene was impotent to do so, whether it was Tarshish, his lawyer, his girlfriend, family members. No one seemed to be able to get through to him as he became increasingly down the, let's say, the rabbit hole of this abject fear that Goodwin and Canarak were going to destroy him.
What are your opinions that you formed reviewing everything in its entirety?
Mr. Barisone, in my opinion, has 2 diagnoses to a reasonable degree of medical probability. And diagnoses are taken from what's called the DSM-5, which is the 5th edition of the Diagnostic Manual of the American Psychiatric Association. It's not a textbook, but it's a uniform set of criteria by which doctors will agree on diagnoses. So the first diagnosis is delusional disorder. And the second diagnosis is persistent depressive disorder.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a delusional disorder is, so we can understand?
All right, these are 2 very different diagnoses, and really in psychiatry, somebody can have 2 diagnoses. Just like in internal medicine, you can have diabetes and asthma. The fact that you have one doesn't preclude the other. So people often have multiple diagnoses, and he has 2. Delusional disorder, and the specific type is persecutory type, is the unreasonable belief to a delusional, unrealistic point of view that you're being conspired against, harmed, poisoned, and destroyed. Now, little asterisks, there are other kinds of delusional disorders. There's delusional disorder jealous type. That's not what he has. Jealous type is where you think that your spouse is having some kind of relationship with something that's completely unfeasible. But this is the most common kind of delusional disorder, is persecutory type. It is in some regards like schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a well-known diagnosis of mental illness. It's the big daddy of mental illnesses. He does not have schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is someone who's out of touch with reality. They're hearing voices, they're seeing things, they're hearing God talking to them, they are shouting, they're screaming. That's schizophrenia. Delusional disorder has only a piece of that. That in general his thinking is intact. In general he's not screaming, he's not seeing things, but there are islands of his thinking which are contaminated by delusional thinking. That is, everything that had to do with Lauren Canarak and her family and friends became delusional. He had unrealistic, outlandish beliefs about the things that she would do or could do to him, and no one was able to reason him out of it. That's what a delusional disorder is. A simple delusion is a false belief. Any of us can have a false belief that we have an enemy that wants to harm us. But usually when you talk to friends and family and you look at evidence, you get talked out of the false belief and you realize maybe the guy doesn't like you, but he's not going to kill you. When you have a delusional disorder, you don't get talked out of the false belief. The core false belief is that Lauren Canarak was going to annihilate him. He genuinely, in his bones, believed that and did everything he could to try to protect himself against this delusion. So that's diagnosis number one. Diagnosis number two is persistent depressive disorder. This is really a chronic depression. Despite his accomplishments, his bravado, the fact that he looked like $1 million when he was in the Olympics or did dressage, he is basically a depressed person. And this probably has to do with the abuse he sustained as a child on the part of his father that we know about from his therapist. The fact that he had 2 marriages that he couldn't sustain. The fact that although his life was professionally satisfying, there were parts of it which were marked by sadness and depression. Now, these two things are not related. He has a delusional disorder, which is a fairly uncommon condition, and he has a persistent depressive disorder, which is a very common condition.
Are these two diagnoses break that? Do they meet the criteria in the...
Judge, I'm going to object to the next question.
I'll rephrase it.
And if we can be heard at sidebar?
Sure. Well, it's 1:15. Why don't we take our morning break, and I'll discuss you outside the presence of the jurors so they can relax for a little while. All right, we'll take a morning break, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be seated, everyone. We're ready to proceed. I did hear from my staff that one of the jurors was having some issues seeing because of the barrier in the way. All right. If that happens again, just raise your hand and we'll have it maneuvered. Unfortunately, as part of the COVID protocols, they have to be in court because I've allowed the attorneys and the defendant to proceed without wearing a mask because they're on trial and they're constantly talking and things of that nature. So because of that, we had to put those up. All right? I apologize. All right, go ahead, Mr. Blinkus.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Simring, do you have an opinion to a degree of medical probability as to what Michael Barison's state of mind was at the time of the incident?
Yes.
What is it, sir?
He was psychotic and out of touch with reality.
And was he delusional?
Yes, psychotic actually means out of touch with reality. So psychotic and out of touch with reality is the same thing. There are different ways to be out of touch with reality. Specifically, he was delusional. He harbored a series of interconnected false beliefs which guided his thinking and his actions.
And what did, with those respect to those delusions, what did he believe was going to happen to him?
He believed that Lauren Canarak and her associates had come up with an elaborate plan to destroy him and kill him.
Is there anything else with regards to your opinion? And I refer to page 18, last paragraph.
Just the second diagnosis of chronic depression, persistent depressive disorder. This has been observed by his therapist, by other people in the past, that there is an underlying depression.
Did he know the difference between right and wrong?
I'm sorry, could
Did
you,
he know the difference between right and wrong?
are you talking at the time of the
At the
incident?
time of the incident?
Time of the incident, he did not know. He thought he was acting in self-defense.
Did he understand the nature and quality of his acts?
Not clear.
Nothing further.
All right, members of the jury, before we get to cross-examination by Mr. Shellhorn, I do want to give you certain limiting instructions based on the testimony you just heard. Dr. Simring, of course, was qualified as an expert witness. You've heard that charge from me twice already. You're going to hear it again at the end when I give my final charge to you, so I'm not going to repeat it a third time now and then have to do it a fourth time. I trust you will call that charge regarding expert opinion and their ability to render their opinions based on information provided to them. And in that regard, you have heard reference to alleged statements made by the defendant in the course of the psychiatric examination by Dr. Simring. These are considered hearsay statements, but they are allowed in this circumstance. You should not consider these hearsay statements as substantive evidence relating to the guilt or innocence of the defendant or for the truth of the matter asserted by the defendant in the statement. Rather, I instruct you to consider these statements only for the limited purpose of explaining or supporting the conclusions reached by Dr. Simring or for assessing the value of the doctor's opinions that are dependent or rely on the defendant's statements. Additionally, I believe you heard a reference from the doctor with regard to the prior alleged criminal history of Lauren Canarak and Mr. Goodwin. You have heard testimony about a background check that was done by an investigator hired by the defendant. The prior criminal history is a purported one. It's unverified. The defendant alleges that this information had an impact on his mental condition, and the testimony was only admissible and to be only considered by you for this limited purpose of explaining or supporting the conclusions reached by Dr. Simring or for assessing the value of the doctor's opinions that are dependent or rely on this information. Under our rules of evidence, a jury may consider a witness's criminal conviction in determining the credibility or believability of that witness. We are not here dealing with criminal convictions. of Ms. Canarak or Mr. Goodwin. There are allegations of prior arrest. Those are not, under our rules, admissible with regard to the credibility of Ms. Canarak or Mr. Goodwin, and they were not admitted for that purpose. They are only admitted because of the impact that information may have had on the state of mind of the defendant when he received and reviewed that information. That is the only reason that evidence was admissible. It is not substantive evidence of the bad character of Ms. Canarak or Mr. Goodwin. It's not in any way admitted for that purpose and cannot be used by you in your deliberations for that purpose. The only relevance of the evidence is the extent to which you may find it affected the mental status or mental condition of the defendant. That's it. There was also testimony similarly about firearms and possession of weapons by Ms. Canarak, referred to during Dr. Simring's testimony. Again, this information is admitted for a limited purpose, only as to the state of mind of the defendant and how it may have affected his state of mind. That information is not introduced because it may reflect in any way the bad character of Ms. Canarak. That's not the purpose of it. All right, it's only limited information either explaining or supporting the conclusions of Dr. Simring or for assessing the value of the doctor's opinions that are dependent or relied upon that information. All right, so with those limiting instructions, I'll charge you again later at the end of the case on the limits of evidence, but I wanted to do that now before cross-examination since you have heard the testimony from Dr. Simring. All right, with that, we'll begin the cross-examination by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Simring.
Good morning, Mr. Shellhorn.
Do you ever use psychological tests as part of your examination process?
Yes, but I don't perform them. If I think psychological tests are helpful, I will call upon a psychologist colleague to perform the testing.
And you'd agree with me that even when you do use a psychological test, you would never render a diagnosis based on the test?
No, I would not.
Now, you indicated on direct examination that you rendered your diagnoses using the DSM?
Correct.
And I'm just going to refer to it that way. I think at this point now the jury knows what we're talking about. But you would agree that any diagnosis in the DSM would not meet any particular legal standard?
That is correct. There is, in fact, a statement in DSM at the very beginning that says it in so many words, that no diagnosis equates to any particular legal conclusion.
Would you agree with me that there's no memory disorder that's selective just for criminal behavior?
That is correct.
Now, you indicated that you diagnosed Mr. Barisone with depression disorder and delusion disorder.
Correct.
You would agree with me that depression disorder does not affect a person's ability to know right from wrong?
Well, counsel, that's a complex question. There are all kinds of levels of depression. I diagnosed him with persistent depressive disorder, which used to be called in the DSM-4 dysthymia, and prior to that used to be called minor depression or neurotic depression. It basically is a serious condition. It can lead to suicide, but it is not usually accompanied by psychosis. On the other hand, there are major depression disorders which can involve psychosis and delusional thinking, but that's not my diagnosis.
So in this case, your diagnosis of depression would not have affected Michael Barisone's ability to know right from wrong?
That is correct. I'm sorry, not directly. I think the chronic depression made him more vulnerable to be affected by all of these events, but it would not lead directly to his ability to know right from wrong, no.
Do you recall if you ever wrote that in your report?
I don't recall that I did.
With respect to the delusional disorder that you discussed diagnosing the defendant with, you would agree that a person with delusions could know right from wrong?
Correct.
A person with delusions could understand the nature and quality of their actions?
Absolutely, anything's possible.
And I think you just testified in response to the last question from Mr. Belinkis that it's not clear whether the delusional disorder in this case affected Mr. Barissone's ability to understand the nature and quality of his actions.
Correct.
Now, I know you testified to this already, but delusional disorder is a relatively uncommon psychiatric illness.
Correct.
Some general questions, doctor. Would you agree with me that two people can have the same experience but perceive it differently?
Certainly.
You'd agree with me that someone being mistaken about something is not the same as someone having a delusion?
Yes, in fact, in the definition of delusion, one of the defining points of delusion is it's not based on simple ignorance or on cultural factors. So, just for an example, if a child believes in Santa Claus, that's not a delusion. There's no Santa Claus, but it's not a delusion because it's held within the realm of children. If a person believes in God, whether or not God exists is not the point. There is a wide variety of people who believe in God. Delusions are idiosyncratic. They're believed by the individual with little, if any, evidence, and they're held on to firmly. And the final point is the individual with the delusional disorder cannot be reasoned out of it. Simple mistake or simple ignorance will lead to conclusion. You see something and you believe that your partner is cheating you out of money, but when you're shown the books and shown the evidence, you say, oh, that's not true, I was wrong. In a delusional disorder, you could put all the evidence in the world out there. The delusional person will hang on to his or her delusion.
And I think you just used the term idiosyncratic. Can you just define kind of how you use that word for the jury?
I forgot the context in which I used it, but idiosyncratic means highly personal, that other people don't quite see it that way.
And I think you used it in the context of a delusion would be highly idiosyncratic. It would be unique to that person.
It is. Now, the content may not be, because people who have delusions often have themes which are common themes, like the theme in delusional disorder, persecutory type, the theme that you're being spied on, poisoned, in danger, set up for murder. These are common kind of themes. But each individual who's delusional will have his or her own idiosyncratic take on it.
Doctor, would you agree with me that a person feeling an emotion is not the same as a delusion?
Well, we all feel emotions, of course.
And we're not all delusional.
No, we all feel emotions, and sometimes our emotions get us into a great deal of trouble. Very common that normal people will believe that, I don't know, their girlfriend cheated on them, or their business partner cheated on them, or their driver cut them off deliberately. This is very common. They may even act on it, they may even do violence. However, in the long run, they don't persist. When they're confronted with the evidence, they will back off. Mr. Barisone would not back off despite any evidence. And despite the fact that, when I mentioned before about being spied on, he was being spied on. I mean, there were cameras out there. But that's not the point. He thought that this was a plot, a multifaceted plot, all designed to bring him down.
And my question wasn't necessarily specific to Mr. Barisone. It was just a general question that a person feeling an emotion doesn't necessarily mean that they're delusional.
I would hope not. I feel emotions every day.
I hope you're not feeling any emotions with me yet, Doctor.
Only positive and admiring.
So
And I
let
mean
me-
that genuinely.
So let me ask you some questions about the discovery that you reviewed in this case and your evaluation. You indicated that you had met with Mr. Barisone for 5 meetings,
Correct.
and the first meeting was in person, the other 4 meetings were on Zoom.
Correct.
Do you recall approximately the total number of hours that those meetings were?
It totaled a number of 6 hours in all. That's written on the first page of my report. I believe the first session was 2 hours, and the others were an hour each. So that would add up to about 6.
And your first meeting with him was on September 6, 2019?
That's correct.
And then...
Which is just about exactly a month after the incident.
Almost exactly a month after
Yes.
the incident. And then your next meeting with him Can you just clarify from your report whether your next meeting was in March or April?
April, all the other meetings were in April.
Okay, so on the first page of your report where it says March 13th, that should be April 13th.
That's a typo.
Okay.
That's a typo. It should be April 6th, April 13th, April 20th, and April 27th. The reason so much time went by is I needed more discovery material. So when I had the discovery material, I broke this down into meetings.
Now, for example, after you received the discovery material, I think one of the people you said you reached out to was Ann Picardo,
Correct.
and you indicated that you were aware that she was the defendant's psychotherapist for periods off and on during the years.
Correct.
Ms. Picardo is not a doctor, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, she's not, no. She's certainly not a physician, and I'm not sure she has a PhD. And I have not seen her curriculum vitae. As far as I know, she is a psychotherapist.
Now, you didn't review all of the available discovery in the case, did you?
God forbid.
Was that because it wasn't provided to you, or because you didn't want it or need it?
I was choking on it. I told Mr. Belinkus, please stop, I've seen enough. I mean, I reach a point where you can get the pattern of things without seeing every little thing. And that really got to the whole point of Mr. Barissone's problem. He would dig up every tiny little scrap. I didn't need it and didn't want it.
Well, and I wanted to ask you in particular about witness statements. I think you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed a number of witness statements.
Correct.
Did you actually listen to the recordings of those witness statements, or did you read police reports that summarize the statements?
Read police reports and might have read a couple of actual statements, but I did not listen to tape recordings, no.
And you were aware that there were a number of people that were listed in the discovery whose statements were not summarized in police reports?
I believe that's true. I'm not absolutely sure. There were a lot of people on the farm. A lot of young people, older people on the farm.
So on the pages in your report where you talked about witness statements, starting on page 6, those would be summaries based on your impression of what a police officer wrote in their report?
Correct. For the purpose of constructing a report, it's important for me to summarize. And hopefully the summary is accurate. But in order to digest all of this kind of information, put it into a readable form, and to extract the essence of it, I will summarize things. Also, to demonstrate my understanding. So if my understanding is faulty, then you can easily see where my summary misses the point. Now, obviously, a summary doesn't cover everything. Hopefully, the summary is accurate.
So if the summary that the police officer wrote in the report was very short and didn't encompass everything that was talked about during the statement, you wouldn't know that?
That's correct. And there are also multiple police reports.
You also indicated, and I apologize, I don't know what it was marked as, but that you had reviewed some written statements from Mr. Barisson,
Yes.
and I think you said that was 91 pages that he provided to you?
Well, he provided thousands of pages. And the deal I struck with Mr. Barisson, I'm putting it kindly, I told Mr. Barisson I'm not even going to look at it unless you give me the 100 top hits, because I don't want more. I don't need more. I don't want more. You know, there's such a thing as sowing confusion with too much material. So what he did is he complied, and he gave me a document which consisted of 91 pages. They're not numbered. They're basically chronological. Mr. Belinkus and I went over them, and we developed our own little Bates numbering system so that I have easy reference to them. But 91 pages, I think, fairly summarizes his concerns.
And so that would just be what Michael Barisson wanted you to know about his take on what happened within the confines that you gave him?
Well, I had everything, but I instructed him to do that. I didn't want any more. And I read enough to know how repetitive this was, that I did not need to know every single post Lauren Canarak did, every time she used the word threat, every time she used the word multiple personality, every time she used the word, I wasn't interested in that. I'd seen so much of that I got the idea, and that I wanted him to summarize. Also, while it may be a biased summary in the sense that he chose it, it's an important bias because this is what's important to him. And in my thinking, what really mattered about the discovery is not the fact of it, but what was important to him about it. So by having him digest it, I saw what was important to him.
So if he put something into his written statement that wasn't accurate, that wouldn't matter to you?
Well, in the sum of the, no record is completely accurate, but my review of the records that I saw and his summary comported with one another. And it was not really for the truth of anything. I was really saying to him, basically, go through these thousands of pages. Pick out 100 pages, the ones that most affected you. And that's what I was interested in, what most affected him. And that's what he gave me.
I guess maybe asking that question another way, would you agree that if the information you were provided was inaccurate, that could affect your diagnosis?
Anything's possible.
So, for example, you were asked on direct examination about various text messages and media documents that Mr. Barisson told you about.
Yes.
And he told you that he was aware of those media posts or those text messages before the shooting incident.
Yes, he was following them avidly.
And so he was following them almost in real time, you said, in that weeks or week leading up to the shooting.
Consistently following her posts.
Now, I'm going to show you in that regard, if I may approach, Judge,
Sure.
what was referred to as Exhibit 200A-85, Doctor.
You got it.
Do you remember that post?
I think I was shown this by your adversary before. This comes under a tab, they know a war is coming.
And where it has a pink highlighter around a certain post, who put that there?
Oh, I don't know who put it there, but it says author Lauren Cataract. This was on 7/28/19. That would have been a week before the shooting. And the text was, they know a war is coming.
And your recollection is that Michael Barisone gave you this post in particular and told you that this informed some of his mental state.
This was part of a vast number of things. I've seen that quote, and I've seen similar quotes riddled throughout these emails.
But I think your testimony on direct, correct me if I'm wrong, was that you were shown this particular text or that this was a particular one Mr. Barisone referred to.
One of them, yes.
And that's, if you would agree with me, that's on page 18,356 of the records.
18,356. That is a lot of pages.
Do you know where this post came from, Doctor?
No, it looked like, no, I think she had Instagram as well as Facebook. I don't know all the social media she used. I think her primary social media was Facebook. She texted, she used a lot of social media, but 18,000 pages is a lot of pages, even in a case like this.
Would it surprise you that this came from Facebook sent records and this came from the actual records Facebook had?
Why would that surprise me? Not at all.
Would it surprise you to know that it's in a section called private messages between account holders?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know.
So if Michael Barisone gave you this and said he relied on this posting or text message, this isn't something that would have been public at the time before the shooting.
I have no idea. This is one of 18,000 pages. Most of it's public.
And this is something, are you aware whether this is something that was turned over by the prosecutor's office to the defense in discovery?
Of 18,000 pages, I cannot account for each one of those pages. They're in evidence. I don't know anything more about that. And I certainly did not read all 18,000 pages.
I'm just trying
Nor
to
will I.
And doctor, I'm just trying to get to the heart of Michael Barisone told you things. You didn't verify or corroborate everything that he told you.
I'm sorry, corroborate it in terms of what?
Well, you said that he told you that he relied on a number of Facebook posts.
Yes.
That informed his state of mind.
Yes.
And you said that he told you about this particular Facebook post as a post that informed his state of mind before the shooting.
One of many, many, many. Certainly, I did not believe that a war was coming.
And so what I'm asking you is, if he wasn't actually aware of this post before the shooting, does that affect your opinion about what he told you.
No, because he was aware of 17,000 other ones, which was similar. I'm just making up that number, given 18,000 on that. So
was
it's
gonna ask you that question
17,000,
next,
it's
Doctor, so-
17,000 less one. Doesn't change anything.
You were also asked about these posts, and I'm going to show you what were marked as Exhibit 200A 83,
Yes,
200A 81,
these are the manifestos.
900E6,
I've read these manifestos over and over again.
and 900E7.
Counsel, these are the manifestos.
And I'm not going to ask you to read them again unless you want to, Doctor.
Oh, please.
But you indicated that those were given to you or referred to by Mr. Barisone,
Many times.
and you referred to them as the manifestos.
Yeah, they're labeled manifesto. I'm not sure that was her word. Well, now I can't even remember any longer where this word came from. But
Do
these-
you remember when you testified on direct examination that Lauren Canarak called those manifestos?
I think she did, but I'm not sure.
Would it surprise you to know that she never used the word manifesto in her records?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Doctor, this is probably a small detail for the purposes of what you were asked to evaluate, but on page 5 of your report, did you indicate that the police officers responded to investigate on Wednesday, August 7th, 2019 at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
And are you aware that the actual time that they responded was 2:13 p.m.?
It probably was a typo. There's several typos in my report.
And I'm not going to go through all of them, Doctor, but staying on page 5, you would agree with me at the bottom of that page, it's talking about Mr. Goodwin and his statement,
Yes.
and that leads over onto the top of page 6 where there's a block quote of approximately 5 lines.
Yes, that actually is inappropriately attributed to Mr. Goodwin. It's actually this Lieutenant Heiner's statement that came from the report.
So that's not accurate in your report.
Typo.
Now, you also reviewed a number of medical records in this case,
I did.
and those would have been Ms. Canarak's records as well as Mr. Barissone's?
And Mr. Goodwin.
And Mr. Goodwin's. You indicated that Mr. Barisone sustained a dog bite on his left eye.
I think thigh, and I think it was in his groin area. I might have written that. As I recall it, I think it was in his groin area.
Okay. That was going to be my next question, Doctor. Is on page 9, it says he had an apparent dog bite in her left eye.
You're embarrassing with my typos.
I just wanted to make sure you were looking at the right medical records.
The right part of the body, right.
So the bite, as you recall it, was in his on his leg,
It was his
not
groin,
on his eye.
his groin area.
Now, you were aware, as you testified on direct, that DCP&P sent a caseworker to the property on August 7th?
Correct.
And you're aware that the caseworker was there to investigate a claim of child neglect?
That's my understanding. Child neglect and child abuse, yes.
Now, you also indicated that the report was anonymous. Were you aware from reviewing the records that it was actually a report from Safe Sport?
Later, I read that it initiated with Safe Sport, which is the sporting governing body. And I know as a fact, everybody in this profession belongs to Safe Sport. Most legitimate people belong to Safe Sport. And it's my belief that Lauren Canarak filed a report with Safe Sport to file a report against Mr. Barisone, making more claims by the vehicle of Safe Sport. What I meant by anonymous is that the actual complainant wasn't identified as Lauren Canarak or anybody else. It's my experience with Child Protective is they do not reveal the names of complainants. That's very common. But I do believe it was filed via Safe Sport. It's my understanding that Lauren Canarak had reported
You don't have to
him
say
to
it again,
Safe Sport.
Doctor, thank you. But are you aware that the complaint was actually against Michael Barisone and Ms. Gray?
Yes, I think so. It's her children.
Now, you indicated earlier, I think, that you summarized some of the witness statements in your report.
I did.
And I'm going to show you one of the reports. Judge, this doesn't have an evidence sticker on it, but if I could refer to this as S-147, it is marked for identification.
Show it to council, please.
Doctor, I know you said there was a lot of discovery in this case, so I won't ask you if that is definitely one of the reports that you read.
Let me just see if I can readily lay my hands on that. It's a report from Morris County Prosecutor's Office by Sasha Gold. I do remember that name. And I did review that report, yes.
And Doctor, I'm going to refer you to...
It's Sasha Gould. There were two Goulds investigators, so I remember this is Sasha Gould. There was a male Gould as well.
That's right. And Doctor, I'm going to refer you to page 5 of that report.
Right.
Approximately, I would say 2/3 to 3/4 of the way down. It's actually the third paragraph from the bottom that starts with Gray stated that on today's date.
Yes.
And do you see the sentence that says, "It was learned that someone from her house reported allegations of abuse against Gray's children by Barisson"?
Correct.
And this is in reference to Detective Gould's summary of her interview with Ms. Mary Haskins Gray?
Correct.
And you relied on that summary in formulating or adding information to your report?
Well, just a moment. You said this? Yes, that's right. This report by Investigator Gould, she spoke to both Mr. Barisone and Ms. Gray. This statement specifically relates to Ms. Gray. I just want to identify the statement. So could you repeat your question?
Sure. And just before we do that, you just said that Detective Gould interviewed Mr. Barisone and Ms. Gray, but I think you meant she interviewed Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin, I meant. Sorry. Mr. Goodwin. Right, Mr. Goodwin and Ms. Gray.
So the sentence I was referring to was, "It was learned that someone from her house reported allegations of abuse against Gray's children by Barisson."
Yes.
And then if I direct your attention to your report, page 8, and I'll refer to your report as S-423, I think it's the same as the one the defendant marked.
Yes. I have it.
Page 8
Of my report.
of your report. Doctor.
Yes, I have it.
And does the very last full sentence on that page say, "It was learned that someone had reported allegations of sexual abuse against Ms. Gray's children by Mr. Barisson"?
Correct.
So you'd agree with me, the only difference between the sentence you wrote in your report about Ms. Gray's interview and the sentence that Sasha Gould wrote in her report about Ms. Gray's interview is that you added the word sexual before abuse.
Oh, yes, this does not say sexual. I think that came from something else, but I don't remember. This does not say sexual here.
So, beginning on
When you say
page-
this doesn't say sexual, what are you referring to?
Your Honor, the statement by Investigator Gould that I was quoting
Right.
said abuse, does not say sexual abuse.
Okay.
So when you indicated earlier that you summarized certain witness statements in your report, I think you said that that was to give your understanding of what some of the witnesses said as it may have pertained to your ultimate opinions?
Yes, correct. It allows you to point out the error that she did not say sexual. So I laid out my understanding, which in terms of the word sexual was not correct.
So you added the word sexual into your report, where Ms. Gray never said that in her statement.
I don't know if she ever said it or never said it, but that doesn't appear in that particular statement, and I did not add it deliberately.
And that's because you never listened to her statement or watched her statement.
Correct.
So you added it perhaps inadvertently, I guess you're saying, based on something else you saw in the case?
I think so, yes.
In fact, in those written statements of Michael Barisone, does he continually say that the DCP&P was there for something related to sexual abuse?
I think so.
So Michael Barisone told you in his written statement, or wrote in his written statement, that the worker was there to investigate sexual abuse, and then you adopted that in your report?
Not really. It's my experience, counselor, in working with DIFAS over many years, now DCP&P, is that they provide minimal information. And they will just simply say a complaint has been filed. They won't say by whom. They often don't even say the type of complaint. And I don't know why sexual crept into this. It certainly doesn't reflect what Investigator Gould said. It does reflect what Barisone said. I really don't know the answer to that. But I do know that some kind of complaint was filed, and I don't know who initiated it. It came via the Sport Safe professional organization, but I don't know who initiated it. Mr. Barisone assumed that it was Lauren Canarak, one more attack against him, but I have no way of knowing that.
And I think you said you don't know where that word sexual or where the sexual abuse came from, why it got inserted here.
Correct.
But you would agree with me, based on what we just discussed, the Division of Child Protection and Permanency, DCP&P, was not there to investigate sexual abuse.
I don't know. I'd have to go through this again, maybe in the break, and see the statements that came directly from the investigator, if there was a statement directly from the investigator. I'm not sure I saw anything from the investigator.
What if I told you that that investigator testified in court earlier in this trial and said that she was not there to investigate sexual abuse?
I will accept that assertion.
Would you also accept the representation that the Safe Sport records of the initial complaint do not reference sexual abuse?
If that's your assertion, I will accept it.
So where you indicated that you didn't know where the word sexual came from, you're also acknowledging that that is in the defendant's written statements that he gave to you?
Correct, and I might have conflated it in doing my summary of the report. This is really, as I explained, one of the reasons I lay out my summary, so that if I am in error of anything, it can easily be picked up by you on cross-examination.
So you're putting things that are intentionally wrong into your report so I can catch them on cross-examination?
Beg pardon?
Is that what you just said?
That's one of the most bizarre things I've ever been asked. No, I lay out my thinking so that you have the opportunity to examine the basis of my report and to question me if I'm in error about one of the bases, as you have here. I'm not trying to trick you.
And I'm not trying to trick you either, Doctor. Now, you indicated in your report on page 14 that Michael Barisone told you the last thing he remembers is information from the social worker.
Correct.
Do you recall in that written statement that he gave you, the 91 pages, that he said that there were 2 or 3 images, blurry at best, until being unloaded from the ambulance at Morristown?
If you direct me to the page.
Sure, Doctor. I have it marked as the very last page in those writings.
Okay.
And just so the record is clear, I'm referring to what I've marked as S440 for identification.
I have it. I call it page 91.
And Doctor, I'm specifically looking at the end of that paragraph, and you would agree with me, page 91 is the last page Michael Barisone wrote that he gave to you.
In that so-called 100-page packet, which actually were 91 pages. Yes, what it says is, the last 2 images I saw before the lights went out.
It's actually before that, Doctor, what I'm referring to, where
okay.
it says, I remember being at my desk, I have 2 or 3 images, blurry at best, until being unloaded from an ambulance at Morristown.
Yes, I have I remember being at my desk. I have to, yes.
Did you ask him what those 2 or 3 images that he remembered about the incident were?
I did, and I have a red X over that, which is my notation for meaning he could provide no further information. On that particular 4 sentences, I placed a red X when I go through a statement, which means he could provide nothing else.
So you did ask him, and he responded he didn't remember what that meant.
Correct.
And that's not in your report. I don't think I missed that, correct?
I didn't have these 91 pages. I had 18,000 pages when I did my report, and I've already told you I did not read all 18,000 pages.
I'm sorry, doctor, maybe that wasn't clear. You didn't indicate in your report that you asked him the question specifically about the 2 or 3 things that he remembered that were blurry and he couldn't remember.
Correct.
You would agree with me that a person who is feigning amnesia may spontaneously confess to something?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You would agree with me that someone who's feigning amnesia may spontaneously confess?
Anything can happen. If the word you're saying is may, anything may happen.
And I'm specifically referencing in the DSM where it talks about feigning amnesia. Doesn't it indicate that an individual who's feigning amnesia may spontaneously confess?
Sure, that can happen.
And these statements that Mr. Barisone wrote that you indicated you relied on, were you with him when he wrote those?
I was not.
Do you recall approximately when you asked for those to be written?
It was sometime after my last interview in April of 2020 when I told Mr. Belinkis that I had so much material that I insisted that he ask his client to prepare a digest for me.
So you asked him to write those after your last interview with him?
Correct, and I said no more than 100 pages. And when he protested, I said no more than 100 pages. If there's anything more than 100 pages, I'm not going to read it.
Do you recall approximately when those 91 pages were produced to you?
Sometime after my last interview in April of 2020.
And you just indicated that after you got those, you reviewed them?
Yes.
And you indicated that at least with respect to the comment about 2 to 3 images that were blurry in his mind, you asked him about those and he didn't remember them.
All I have is an X here. I underlined many things. I do that in red. When I do an interview, I had an X here, which meant he gave me no further information.
So you interviewed him or examined him again after that last meeting of April that's listed in your report?
That's a good question. I did not. That may have come, I might have put that together with some of the original material that he submitted.
So it's possible you didn't ask him about the 2 to 3 parts of the event that he did remember, even if they were blurry?
It's certainly possible, yes.
Doctor, moving on to your diagnosis, specifically the diagnosis for delusional disorder. I think you indicated that a delusion is a false belief.
Yes, a false belief, not based on simple ignorance, not held by any particular culture or subculture, and not amenable to reasonable change.
Did you define the term delusion in your report at all?
I said, probably I did. Starts with false belief, but with those caveats. Yes, on page 18 of my report, this is in the summary section, where I wrote, delusional disorder is a relatively uncommon but severe psychiatric illness. The disorder involves psychotic thinking and a break with reality. That's the same thing, psychotic thinking and a break with reality. Delusional disorder is related to schizophrenia, which is a much more common condition. In schizophrenia, the individual displays a wide range of serious symptoms, including hallucinations, agitation, disordered thought process, and delusions. However, I'm adding, In delusional disorder, the major symptoms involve delusions, not these other things. So in schizophrenia, you have a grab bag full of serious symptoms. In delusional disorder, you just have the delusions. So it's a part of schizophrenia.
Now, you
Well,
you
I'm not
indicated.
finished.
Well, and my question was just
Therefore-
and doctor, my question was just whether you defined it, and I think you did answer that.
Well, I haven't finished the definition.
I didn't ask you to define it. I asked you if you did define it.
Yes, and I was reading you my definition.
Okay, I didn't ask for that.
Okay.
Thank you, doctor. What in particular is Michael Barissone's specific delusion?
That Lauren Canarak is bound and determined to destroy him and kill him.
When did that delusion start?
I can't say exactly, probably in the summer of 2019.
And what specific evidence do you rely on to show that that was the onset of the delusion that Lauren Canarak was, I don't want to paraphrase, I'm sorry, I didn't get the exact words you used.
Well, the posts and his deteriorating mental state. And their deteriorating relationship.
So potentially the posts that Michael Barisone told you about when you met with him,
Correct.
some of which we've established he didn't have before the shooting.
Judge, one, not some.
Yeah, you're just one.
Well, I only addressed one, Judge.
Well,
Do you have
but
any
if you have others, then you can address them, but you only addressed one.
I didn't go through them all on the break, to be candid, Judge.
Well, I understand. But what you did go through, what's on the record is one.
So, Doctor, my question was, you indicated that you based your opinion about the onset of the delusions and the delusional diagnosis on the existence of these social media or Facebook posts.
Well, yes, on the deteriorating relationship between Canarak and Barisone, the things they were saying to each other, and particularly and primarily on these posts and texts.
And you didn't indicate in your report specifically when you determined the onset of the delusions.
I think I mentioned in the report that it started somewhere in 2019. I think after she returned from the farm in Florida and moved back to the farm in New Jersey. They had had normal problems before that time, he said, normal landlord-tenant type problems. But after she returned, things took a decided turn for the worse.
So if I'm reading your report right, are you talking about on page 16 where you indicate Mr. Barissone's relationship with Lauren Canarak and her family began to quickly deteriorate in the spring of 2019?
Correct.
So you wrote that there because you determined that the delusions began then?
Well, they never begin at one particular time. Delusions develop. And if you look at the history of a delusion and you go backward in time, what you'll usually find are suspicions and distrust and feelings about bad will. These are all within the normal intercourse between people. But then they get more out of hand and the ideas become less and less plausible and more eccentric and more idiosyncratic. I think that by the time spring of 2019, Lauren Canarak started saying things which were unmoored from reality, unmoored from what was actually happening. And Michael Barisone was more and more believing the things that she was saying.
And you'd agree with me that the criteria or symptom for delusional disorder would be that the delusion has existed for a period of 1 month or longer.
Correct.
And so what you're saying today is even though you didn't determine specifically whether it was before a month before the shooting, that's your opinion that it did exist?
Yes, it's somewhere in the spring of 2019. It's very hard to put a specific date on it, but the reason the DSM puts that proviso in is it's to rule out an instance where somebody suddenly claims that all of a sudden today I became delusional about you. That's not the way the disorder happens. It percolates and develops over time. So this is a very typical development of a delusional disorder over time.
Doctor, you testified on direct examination that Mr. Barisone was depressed and preoccupied with Ms. Canarac,
Correct.
and you based that in part on review of the various Facebook posts and social media posts that he told you that he was reviewing?
Well, that, statements by other witnesses, Ms. Picardo, Mr. Tarshish, Mary Gray Haskins, Ruth Cox, some of the young people on the farm, Justin Harden. I can't name all of them, but there were a lot of people who were interviewed who were seeing the same thing and felt helpless to do anything about it. Everybody seemed to see a train wreck coming, but nobody seemed to know what to do about it.
And they were all preoccupied with what was going on here between themselves and Ms. Canarac.
Oh, not the way he was. They were concerned. That's small potatoes. They were concerned. I'm concerned about a lot of things. I'm sure you're concerned about a lot of things. That's not the same as preoccupied. Preoccupied is having a thought in your head that you cannot get out of your head no matter what. That's a delusion.
So if some of those witnesses, let's say, had testified that they were terrified, or that they were scared, or that they were preoccupied with everything going on, does that mean they were delusional too?
No, it depends. They were certainly preoccupied and frightened because the farm was falling apart. This is their place of residence and their place of employment, and they were all dedicated very strongly to a sport in which they shared a common love. And they also shared a great deal of affection for Michael Barisson. That came out. They saw everything unraveling in front of their eyes and felt helpless to do anything about it. This had to do with Mary Haskins Gray and Ruth Cox, and I think that's one of the reasons Ruth Cox came to visit. I don't remember exactly. Had to do with Stephen Tarshish, had to do with Justin Harden. People saw from their point of view that things were going very badly, and they did not know how to intervene.
Now, you didn't review all of their statements.
Counselor, I would still be in my office today if I were reviewing every one of the statements. I took what I thought was a fair sampling.
So if somebody said something different than what you just testified to, that could affect your opinion.
It has to do with the overall thing. If one kid on the farm said, gee, things look pretty happy, that's not going to change the overwhelming weight of evidence.
What if all of the people felt the same way and expressed their concerns the same way that Michael Barisson did?
Well, if
You're
everybody...
saying that their own fears or
If
their
each-
preoccupations were somehow less than Michael Barisson?
Well, this is sort of a hypothetical thing, but if you're saying if Justin Harden said, I felt personally threatened that she was going to kill me, if Stephen Tarshish, attorney, said, I was personally threatened that she was going to kill me, well, that might be different, but nobody said anything like that. They were concerned about Barisson's welfare. There wasn't anybody else there that felt personally and directly threatened by Canarac and Goodwin.
Based on your review of what you did review.
That's all I have. And my
You were given
interviews.
everything, correct?
I was given more than everything.
You had access to everything. And you chose not
God
to
help
look at
me,
it.
yes, I had access to 18,000 pages. And it isn't just a question of reading 18,000 pages and writing a bill for 18,000 pages. I'm not going to do that. It's not necessary. In doing a review of medical records, it's not necessary to do each one. Things become very duplicative. And after a point, especially when you're experienced in reading records, as I think I am, a pattern emerges. Now, that doesn't mean that on Tuesday, one day, somebody said things look pretty good. That wouldn't change anything. The overall picture was clear. People on the farm were concerned about the welfare of Michael Barisson. They saw the man they really cared for deteriorating, but they were not concerned about their personal safety. It was only Barisson who was afraid that Lauren Canarac was going to kill him.
He was the only one that was afraid.
Correct. That he was going to be killed by Canarac.
Now, moving on to the question I had about some of the information that Mr. Barisson was collecting. You indicated that he produced
I'm sorry. It's about, I know we started a little bit late today, so I wanted to go a little bit over, but If you're gonna
I think
finish
now
up
is a good
within
time,
5
Judge.
minutes
Now is a
or
good
10 minutes, I'll continue. But if it's gonna be longer, I wanna give the jury their
How much longer?
fairly
Now's
regular.
a good time, Judge.
Yeah, all right.
I'm getting hungry now.
All right, well, that cinches it then, Doctor. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you around 20 of 2. Doctor, if you can leave all your papers in. I want to bring in Dr. Simring, please. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We are ready to resume the cross-examination of Dr. Simring. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I think we left off before the lunch break. I was going to ask you some questions about your testimony on direct examination related to guns. And I think you had indicated on direct examination that you were aware from Mr. Barisson telling you that there were certain posts or social media references to Lauren Canarak owning guns.
Yes.
And he told you that he was aware of that before the shooting.
Yes.
And I think you had indicated that that was part of what you relied on in rendering your opinion or forming your opinion that he was delusional at the time of the shooting.
That he believed a lot of this, and all this led into delusional thinking.
Now, you were aware from your review of the discovery that Mr. Barisone had called 911 on a number of occasions leading up to the day of the shooting?
Yes, at least 4 occasions.
Do you recall, did you listen to any of those 911 recordings?
I did.
Do you recall on the July 31st 911 call when he was asked whether any weapons were involved or mentioned and his response was no?
That's correct.
And you recall on August 1st when he called 911, he was asked if weapons were involved or mentioned and his response was no?
I believe that, as I recall, that was true.
And on August 3rd, do you recall that he called 911 and was asked if weapons were involved or mentioned and his response was, I have not heard a word of that?
Something like that. Yes, those are standard questions, and I believe he answered in the negative.
And lastly, on August 5th, on the call, he was asked if weapons were involved or mentioned, and his response was, not so far.
That's correct. Not so far. That's correct.
Now, Doctor, I think you testified earlier today that the gun that was recovered after the shooting was Ruth Cox's gun.
Correct.
Do you recall in your report that you had said a number of times that you assumed it was Mary Haskins Gray's gun?
If I did, it was a mistake. I think it was Dr. Cox's gun.
And
I think.
If you can refer to page 9 of your report. Specifically, halfway down the page before the heading that says medical reports.
Yes.
Did you put in brackets there, I believe the gun was a pistol that belonged to Ms. Gray?
I'm sorry. Give me the reference, please.
Yes, sir. It's page 9, the last line before the heading.
Oh,
that
I
says
have it.
medical.
I think that was an error. I think that it belonged to Dr. Cox.
And on page 14, did you indicate at the bottom of the page, in the last paragraph, he had in his possession a small pink pistol, which I believe came from Mary Haskins Gray?
Again, I think that was an error. I remembered clearly it was a pink pistol, not to be sexist about it, but it looked like a, quote, woman's pistol. And it belonged to one of the women, and I must have had that mixed up when I dictated the report. I'm almost sure it came from Dr. Cox.
So we don't have to go through the exercise again. Would you agree with me on page 17, if it says, I'm not certain when he obtained the small pink pistol, which I believe was owned by Ms. Gray, that would be the same answer?
Yeah, I think it was my error. I think it was Dr. Cox.
Were you aware from your review of the discovery that there were multiple places where it was referenced as Ruth Cox's gun?
I think so.
You never asked Michael Barisone when he first obtained that gun, did you?
Well, yes. He said that he obtained it. It had been locked up in a safe, as I recall, and he obtained it shortly before he went down to confront Lauren Canarak at where she was living, and he armed himself because he was frightened for his life.
Can you
And he,
show-
as I recall, he removed it from his safe where it had been kept for safekeeping.
Can you show me or tell me where in your report you put that?
That,
Well, so your recollection is that you asked Michael Barisone when he first obtained the gun?
yes, I might be able to find it in my notes, not in the report. Or it might be in the police report. I don't remember.
Would you take my word for it that it's not in your report?
Yes, I will.
So your recollection is that at some point when you were interviewing Michael Barisone, he told you that he remembered getting the gun from the safe before he went to the house?
Yes.
And at least for purposes of your cross-examination, you agree with me that's not in your report?
I'm not going to look through it and waste the jury's time. I'll accept your representation.
Did you ask him when he first obtained the gun from Ruth Cox?
From what I recall, she had come up from North Carolina to visit, and she gave it to him for safekeeping, and he put it in his safe.
Would you agree with me that that's not in your report either?
No, that's not in the report. And as I recall, I don't know if it was a licensed weapon, and I think that for safekeeping, he put it in his safe. That's my best recollection of it.
So your recollection from reviewing the discovery and speaking to Michael Barisone is that you knew that Ruth Cox had brought the gun with her from North Carolina, had given it to the defendant for safekeeping, he put it into his safe, he got it at some point before the shooting, before he went to the farmhouse,
That's my best understanding, yes.
and none of that is in your report.
Correct.
And you continually attributed the gun to Ms. Gray throughout the course of
Well, that was an error. It was Dr. Cox's gun.
No further questions, Judge.
What? Redirect.
Doctor, the prosecutor asked you questions on cross with regards to where you got the statement concerning sexual abuse allegations made to DCP and P, correct?
Yes.
Did you review the Safe Sport complaint filed by Lauren Canarak?
I never saw that complaint. I was aware of it through the police investigation, but I never saw the complaint.
Prosecutor asked you questions about feigning. What is feigning?
Feigning is faking.
Okay, and did you consider whether or not my client was feigning based on your interviews with him and a review of the discovery?
Well, it's always a consideration in a forensic interview, especially when the stakes are high. And feigning or malingering, which is another form of feigning, can be done for any number of reasons. It can be done in a simple civil context where somebody feigns injuries to get a reward, say an insurance settlement or something like that. Or somebody can feign facts in a case to avoid criminal responsibility. So in evaluating anybody, feigning or malingering is something which is always a consideration.
Okay, and in your consideration of that, did you find any evidence, based on everything that you did, to indicate that Michael Barisone was feigning about not remembering the event?
I hate the word any, because any is like any. I don't know, maybe he twitched his left eye and that would be seen by some people as evidence. If you're asking me, did I find any significant evidence that he was faking, the answer is no.
Nothing further.
Well, you may step down, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I call your next witness.
Dr. Hasson, I believe he's in the room down in the hall.
All right.
We have to, it's going to go down.
then step up to the
Doctor, good afternoon. Please
Good
remain-
afternoon.
Please remain standing. Left hand, oh, you're way ahead of me. Left hand on the Bible, right hand. Please listen to my court clerk.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for
My
the-
name is Charles Hasson, Hasson.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat, doctor. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. Go ahead, Mr. Belenkas, direct examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hasson.
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently reside?
In New Jersey, Ridgefield, New Jersey.
And what's your profession? What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed psychologist in New Jersey and in New York State.
And how long have you been a licensed psychologist?
Over 30 years.
And what's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is an individual who has an MD degree. A psychologist has a PhD. Psychologist doesn't prescribe medication. The difference in the two is, in my opinion, the psychologist has more training in therapy and also in psychological testing. The psychiatrist more has training in the biological bases of mental illness.
Now, can you give a brief description of your educational background?
Okay. Well, I received my bachelor's and my master's degree in psychology. Subsequently, I went to Boston College. I received a PhD in educational psychology. During the time I was there, I did a internship at a hospital, New England Medical Center. It was an interdisciplinary program with 4 psychiatrists, 4 psychologists, and 4 social workers. While at Boston College, while at the Tufts program, my supervisor had just graduated from Rutgers University and did research on infant memory. And I asked her if I could contact her supervisor. I did my dissertation on 11-week-old babies.
Okay, can you give us your background with regards to any agencies that you were affiliated with regards to your use of your
Well, for a number of years, I did reports for Hudson County Superior Court, approximately 1,200 to 1,500 reports over a number of years. I was working for the Rossi Group at that time. Subsequently, I became an administrator at Hudson County Jail for 3 years. I saw patients. I had my office on the unit. They were all psychiatric patients there. During the time that I saw the patients and treated them, I also did further reports for the Superior Court. I also did work at a day hospital program for 3 years for aggressive children. I developed the programs there. I also worked over 20 years for Social Security Disability, doing disability assessments. They involve psychiatric, psychological, memory, and concentration type of assessments. And I also work currently at a long-term care facility in which I'm a neuropsychologist. I provide direct care, and I also go out and interview prospective patients, like at Greystone and other places. I'm part of a team with a mental health director. I'm the chief psychologist on the mental health unit. There's two units there for mental health. One with really severely impaired individuals that have behavioral problems. Many of them have dementia. And then there's other people who have like schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and I work with them too. And I also see other patients throughout the building.
Have you ever worked for DIFUS?
Yes, I have.
What did you do for them?
I did psychological assessments for DIFUS. For a time, I also worked for the PRU unit. That's the parents' attorneys. And then I also did some work for the guardian ad litem.
How about work for either police or correctional officers?
Actually, when I worked for the Rossi Group, I did psychological assessments on law enforcement. They were police, firemen, and I also did reports for private police departments. If a police officer was depressed or had some kind of difficulties, I made a recommendation either to allow them to have their weapon or have it taken away for a period of time. I also have done work for different prosecutors' offices and private attorneys. This last year, I did a report for Passaic County Prosecutor's Office on a Kroll case. I appeared in court about 3 times via video, and it was on a complicated Kroll case. In the last 2 years, I did approximately 9 private cases, including that one.
Did you ever do any psychology work in the Hudson County Jail?
Well, I was the administrator there. I was hired by a psychiatrist. I coordinated all treatment on the unit. I scheduled the psychiatric care, and as I said, I had my office right on the tier with the inmates.
During the span of your 30-year career, approximately how many evaluations have you done?
Many thousands of evaluations. So I would estimate anywhere between 8,000 and above.
And did most of those evaluations involve psychological testing?
Yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert?
Yes, I have in federal and state court, in New Jersey and out of state.
For both prosecutors' offices and defense?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I offer Dr. Hasson as an expert in psychology.
Prosecutor, do you have any questions as to the qualifications of Dr. Hasson?
Not at this time, Judge. I'll ask him on cross-examination.
All right, and do you have any objection to the court qualifying him as an expert in the area of psychology?
No, Your Honor.
All right, based on the testimony of Dr. Hasson with regard to his education, his background, his work history, training, I do find that he's an expert in the area of psychology pursuant to Rule 702 of the New Jersey Rules of Evidence, and he will be permitted to render his opinion. I do find he does possess some specialized knowledge that will assist the trier, in fact, in making determinations necessary in this case. So qualified, go ahead, Mr. Belenkus.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Doctor, were you hired by the defense to do an evaluation of Michael Barisone?
Yes.
And specifically, can you set forth what you were hired to do?
Well, broadly speaking, the goal was to assess his mental state at the time of the shooting on August 7th, 2019, but more specifically, to determine whether he suffered from a mental disorder as referenced in the diagnostic manual, which impaired his thinking to the extent that he could not appreciate his actions, and if he did know what his actions were, did not know what he was doing was wrong. He did not know the nature and quality of his actions.
Now, did you physically meet with Michael Barisone?
Yes.
How many times?
I met with him 7 times.
And did you put the dates in your report as to when you met with him?
Yes.
Are there any mistakes with regards to the dates?
Yes. Yes, there are mistakes there. I met with
Can you
him,
explain when you met with him and for how long?
I met with him on October 29th, November 5, November 6, November 19, November 20, December 4, December 5, for a total of 37 3/4 hours.
In addition to meeting with Michael Barisone for 37+ hours, did you interview anyone else?
I interviewed his former therapist, Dr. Picard, P-I-C-A-R-D. I misspelled it on my report.
All right, and how long did you interview her?
45 minutes. I also reviewed some notes she sent me, including text messages back and forth between Mr. Barisone and her over a period of time.
And why did you feel it necessary to interview Ms. Picardo?
Well, I wanted to find out whether he had any prior vulnerabilities that would influence the possibility of going from an earlier psychological vulnerability state into psychosis.
Now, why is that important to you with respect to your evaluation?
Well, there's a great deal of research that shows that many people in the general environment have what the pre-psychotic features. And if they're placed in a very stressful circumstance, they could convert into a psychotic situation. In his case, she said that while he appeared to be healthy, strong, and imposing, 6'3" or 6'4", she said he was a very vulnerable person, and that he suffered from long-term psychological problems, including depression, suicidal thoughts. She noted that there was a time when he was in Europe, I think 2015 or 2016, in which he spoke to her by telephone, stating that he had researched getting assisted suicide in Switzerland for $10,000, and she was able to talk him out of the suicide attempt, or not attempt, the actual suicide. But she said that basically he suffered from a lot of emotional instability. She praised him as having good features of his personality, but at the same time she gave a non-varnished opinion about him, saying, you know, he had good points and some difficulties.
Do you reference your interview with Picardo on page 9?
Yes.
What, if any, other information that was relevant to your evaluation did you obtain from Picardo?
She said basically that he was paranoid on the fringes. I'm sure she didn't know the actual term, but it would be pre-psychotic. He had features of an individual who could develop psychosis if he was placed under sufficient amount of stress.
And did she indicate anything with regards to his history as a child, small boy?
Well, he had a difficult childhood. He had a rough upbringing with his mother, who was emotionally abusive and also likely physically abusive, and he struggled. He made a successful life, but you know, he had a great deal of difficulties. He was also sexually assaulted as a child.
Now, what impact, if any, would those circumstances have on your evaluation of Michael Barisone?
Well, individuals who tend to convert from pre-psychotic to a psychotic state have those features of having emotional instability, having a childhood history of abuse, and also being sexually assaulted. It would be a vulnerability that could magnify the effects of outside pressures.
Did Ms. Picardo indicate the length of time that she had treated Michael Barisone on and off?
She treated him on and off for 20 years. She said approximately the last 2 years she hadn't treated him, but before that she treated him 6 years earlier for about 3 years straight.
Now, in addition to your clinical interviews of Michael Barisone and your interview of Picardo, who was treating Michael Barisone, did you do any psychological testing?
Yes, I did personality, cognitive, neuropsychological, but most important, I did validity testing. The validity testing looked at personality tests to see if they were valid, and also at cognitive assessments to see if they were valid, such as memory.
Okay. With regards to the MMPI-2, what is that?
The MMPI-2 is an objective personality test, true-false questions. And
How
it
many
had,
questions are
it's-
asked?
well, there's a total of 567, and true-false questions. I did the MMPI-2, I scored that. And basically it has 10 clinical scales. Each has a different name. So
What do those clinical scales measure?
they measure psychological problems such as depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, mania, etc.
And do each of those components look at different aspects of someone's personality.
Yes, they do.
And again, so the jury understands, what are those 10 separate areas that are,
Well,
yeah.
the scales have different names, but scale 1 measures somatic complaints, physical complaints. Scale 2 measures depression. Scale 3 measures a concept called hysteria. Scale 4 measures psychopathic deviance. It sounds scary, but it could be made up of family and emotional problems. Scale 5 measures sex identification. Scale 6 measures paranoia. Scale 7, it's called psychasthenia, but it measures anxiety. Scale 8 measures thought disorder of schizophrenia, it's labeled. Scale 9 measures mania. The mean on the test, the middle score, is 50. If you go above 65, it's significant. Every 10 points above that is a standard deviation. And in this particular case, Mr. Barisson scored extremely high on scale 6. He had a T-score of 90.
And what is tail 6 again? I forgot.
Paranoia, I'm sorry.
And he scored what on that scale?
90.
And can you explain what a score like that means to someone like you in your profession?
It means that if we went in this whole building, there would probably be 0.001 people who scored as high as that. It's extremely rare. But the important part about that is that the validity scales did not show any feigning.
Okay,
It was,
now, you mentioned the word validity scales. Can you explain that so the jury can understand what you're talking about?
every test should have validity to see whatever conclusions are made are accurate. If the test is, doesn't have good validity scales, it can come up with any statement. But on the MMPI, it's basically one of the gold standards in the United States and in the world for testing personality. He did not show feigning. He answered genuinely, honestly, and he had a very high score on paranoia. And then when I looked at the components of paranoia, persecutory ideas, it's called PA1, I believe the score was 105, if I'm not mistaken. That's even higher.
And what does that 90 score and that 105 score indicate to you as a psychologist with regards to Michael Barisson's mental state?
Well, not just to me, any psychologist who did work on the MMPI would look at that to say that there's a very high likelihood of a delusional disorder, a psychosis, a break with reality.
Now, how did you score that test?
I ran it through a computer program made by Psychological Corporation. I gave it what they call extended scores.
And are there other ways to score that test other
Yes.
than using that
Well,
computer program?
You could hand score it, but it's best to do the computer scoring. Then I looked at additional scales on there. There's one program by Alexander Caldwell that is a ratio between neurotic and psychotic traits. He had a high score on that, an 88 score, that suggests that he's very prone to making idiosyncratic, unusual deductions about events in the real world that would fit in with being paranoid. There's information out there, and he combines it in a way that doesn't make sense.
And that's all data and scores that you got from the MMPI test?
Yes, paranoid.
Anything else from that specific test?
Well, he had a high score on anxiety, ANX. He had a high score, another score on BIZ number 2 that shows bizarre, slightly bizarre thinking. There's different types of delusional disorder. He has a delusional disorder 2, not a 1. 1 would be in schizophrenia. His type of delusion is a non-bizarre type of delusion.
And what's the difference? Can you explain that to the jury? What
Okay.
type of delusion that test is pointing to?
Well, the test would pick up both. If he had a high score on scale 8, which is schizophrenia, and a high score on 6, it would suggest that he has some type of schizophrenia variation. It would be a type 1 delusional disorder. but he didn't have that. His type 2 delusional disorder, like the schizophrenia type, you cannot make sense of why the person's experiencing that. But on a type 1, there's some event in the environment that the person is experiencing and is giving it an odd type of spin. But there's something out there that could make sense to you. So if you're in your living room in your house and the people above you are making noise, on one hand you could say, well, it's the children frolicking around on the floor. On the other hand, you could say that someone has brought in some super machinery that is making the noise because they're trying to probe the people underneath, and get secret information. So there's a noise out there, but the way that the person interprets it is off.
Now, did you score Michael Barisone with regards to the Rorschach ink blot test?
Yes.
And can you explain that test to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
The Rorschach ink blot test was developed in 1921 by Herman Rorschach. It's 10 ink blots. Initially it was 41 ink blots, but the publisher didn't want to spend the money, so they just kept 10. And it was a game in Germany at the time that you would show the picture of an ink blot and ask the person what it is. In any event, I scored it according to one of the current systems, the Exner system, and basically came out showing that he is emotionally unstable. He has difficulty coping with stresses in the world around him. Part of the problem with his coping is he switches from overly emotional to an overly ideational or cognitive way of handling it, but he's not behaving consistently. So because he doesn't behave consistently, two things happen. The people in the environment can't figure him out, how he's going to behave. And also, because he's switching back and forth, he doesn't really work things out, to come to a conclusion.
Now, how is that Rorschach test scored?
Well, you measure where the person is shown an ink blot, and you say, what might this be? And then after that, you ask them where on the ink blot they saw it. Then you ask them, what about it made it look like a bat? So they may say, it's the form, it's dark ink or black or something like that. And you score that, the determinants. So you score the determinants for form, color, movement. And there's a whole bunch of other variables there, that you can score. So,
How reliable is that test, Doctor?
well, it's not like the MMPI. However, it's good in terms of explaining a person's way they see the world around them, their perception and their cognition. But it's not meant to find out if a person has a delusional disorder, because you could be the Unabomber, right, and come up with a very clean profile, because the person could say, well, I saw a bat over here, I saw this, that over there, but it doesn't really speak to the issue of the way he's thinking.
Is there any validity portion of that test to determine its accuracy?
Well, if you're going to do that test, you have to do it to a T. You just can't do it, partially. And the idea behind all of the testing is you do a whole host of testing to see if there's an overlap or agreement in the different tests. So you don't hang your hat on the MMPI alone, although that's a strong test. And you don't hang your hat on anything else, but to see if there's coherence. There was coherence between the Rorschach and these other tests that I did. The Rorschach indicated another quality of Mr. Michael was that he has a tendency to put together various pieces of information that are discombobulated and form it together to come up with an idea. It's over-inclusive thinking. And I found that when I spoke with him, and I also found that on other testings.
Now, other than the MMPI and the Rorschach, did you do any other psychological testing?
I gave another test called the PAI, Personality Assessment Inventory.
And what is that test?
That's a test similar to the MMPI, but it's different technically, and but it's a solid test. The validity scales were within normal limits. I used Rogers, there's a famous American psychologist who has done a lot of the work on malingering and deception. I used his cut scores for that test, and it was genuine, the way he responded. The sum and substance of that test was he was high on paranoid thinking, ideas of persecution, and he showed affective instability. The affective instability was picked up by a possible diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, but that's neither here nor there. The main point is that he had affective instability, where his emotions can be discombobulated kind of quickly under pressure.
Did you do any validity testing?
Well, it has validity testing on there. One is called the
Can you
NI.
explain to the jury what validity testing within a test deals with?
Validity testing can determine if an individual is manipulating his responses, whether he's overly reporting pathology or under pathology. It can tell that, right?
Can you give an example so the jury can understand?
Well, suppose like I'm trying to, there's no diagnosis of malinger, but suppose I'm trying to feign some.
Fake.
Fake.
What you're saying.
Fake. If I'm trying to fake something, that test could pick it up.
And how does it do that?
It has scales that have been, over the years, been determined to show that, right? So some scales can pick up whether a person is claiming excessive amount of positive characteristics that most of the people in the world will not claim. Like, I never lose my temper. There's other things that, there's other ways to do that. But the PAI, the MMPI have the strongest validity scales.
Did you do any other validity testing?
Yes.
What?
I did a test called the SIRS-2, SIRS-2. It's a revamping of SIRS-1. What they wanted to do is to cut down on false positives. So if someone was, let's say, feigning amnesia or something like that, or feigning some psychiatric condition, they didn't want to have false positives. So what a false positive is, if you go into a jail, there's a magnetometer, and every time you go through it, if it rings, makes a buzz, because you have a back problem, you had surgery, metal in your back, that has high sensitivity, but it's not specific. You're not bringing in a gun or anything like that. So Rogers and his associates, when they developed it, they wanted to have a test that had strong specificity so that you wouldn't get false positives. On that particular test, Barisone did not show any feigning. He scored honestly.
Any other validity testing?
Well, there was two others. I did two other personality tests. I look at personality from a different perspective.
And why did you look at a personality test in evaluating Michael Barisone?
Well, for the simple reason, if you're a forensic psychologist or psychiatrist or whoever it might be, you want to make sure that you're not being misled, having your own biases. You want to look at the person you're interacting with, and you don't want to be skewed in a certain direction. So I like to do a lot of testing to see if I'm missing something. So the tests have validity scales. I might say, well, someone is perfectly, well or not. And if the testing comes out in a different way, I have to scratch my head and look more deeply.
Did you do any personality tests? And if so, what specific tests did you do?
Well, as I mentioned, I did the MMPI, the Rorschach, the PAI. They all look at abnormal aspects of personality. But I wanted to compare it to other tests that look at normal personality.
And
why
did you want to look at that?
Because I wanted to check on my own views to see if I was accurate, to see if these other tests were accurate. That's called construct validity. I wanted to check it out.
And what does that mean? Explain that to the jury.
Well, there's a concept in psychology called multi-trait matrix. And what that means is you want to give multiple measures from different situations and to see if they all agree with each other, right? If there's agreement, you can say, well, you know what, that may be an accurate finding. And so it's a check. I do the testing as a check on myself and also a check on the test. The two other tests that I gave measure normal traits. If you have an excess or a low amount of a certain trait, it can cause psychological problems. Those two tests agreed with the MMPI and the PAI and also the Rorschach. Basically, on the 16PF, it's developed on a factor analysis approach. But anyway, there were four elevations on the test, if I'm recalling, clearly. One was called Q4, has a very high level of anxiety and depression. Another was a very low score on C. This test divides all of the scores in tenths. There's 10, 1, 2, 3, there's 10 of them. If you have a score of 1 or a score of 10, that's a very elevated score either way. Now, the score down on C was emotional instability. He had a score of 1, which is similar to the Rorschach and similar to the other tests, that he's unstable emotionally. He could be emotionally upset a little more easily than other people.
And did the tests that you've testified to so far all coincide with each other as far as the bottom line results that you
Yeah,
see?
they did.
And what does that tell you from a practitioner standpoint?
Emotionally unstable. Other tests indicate that he could easily be moved into a psychotic state. Psychotic state is just a break with reality. And some of the tests show that he has very idiosyncratic thinking. The Rorschach showed the over-inclusive thinking. It's a technical term, but all it simply means that if you meet with Michael Barisone and you're talking with him, it's really hard to do a clinical interview with him because he's all over the place. So, anyway,
Now, did you do any cognitive tests?
yes, I did.
And again, why would you do a cognitive test in a psychiatric evaluation?
Because when I came in and I tried to interview him, and by the way, the reason I did it over 7 sessions was it's very hard for someone to play act over a long period of time. If you see someone who's play acting, there's a movement towards normality as time goes on because it's hard to keep up the act. There was no change with him. He was crying, sobbing. At one point, the officer who was outside, he called me over and said, "Are you okay?" Because he heard him like ranting and raving. He was very upset. And because of that, I suspected he had some kind of problem, neurologically or with attention or whatever it might be. So I decided to investigate that.
Okay, and is that why you did cognitive tests?
Yes.
What specific cognitive tests did you do?
Well, first, I gave a full IQ test because it could tell you if he has deficits in certain areas. The test is called the Wechsler Intelligence Scale, and there's a part on it that measures verbal abilities, nonverbal ability, working memory, where you could do 2 things at the same time, whistle and, play a guitar. I'm being facetious. But it measures 2 cognitive things at the same time, psychomotor speed, and it also gives a full-scale IQ. I gave that. I found out that on that testing, he has a problem with working memory. It's a variation of attention. And then I also checked out his verbal IQ is up here, and his working memory is over here. It's 20 points lower,
And what does that tell you from a...
It's a relative deficit in working memory, attention.
And how does that relate to your evaluation
Well,
here?
And I also asked him about his childhood. He said that he always had trouble maintaining focus in school, right? But I noticed that when he'd be talking to me, he would be repeating himself constantly, as if like he couldn't remember what he just said. And then he'd be all over the place. And it was very hard to keep up with him. So the way I did it was I ignored any extra talk, and I wrote down phrase by phrase, and then when I came back to it, I said, well, you just said such and such, and I continued that way. It was a little bit more tedious, but I can get a comprehensive interview done with him. Now, because I saw that there was a problem with working memory and aspects of attention, so like, for example, If you say to him, give me digits forward, he could do pretty well on that, 5 or 7, between 5 and 7 digits forward. And then I said, do it backwards, like 2-4, he's supposed to say 4-2, he could only do 3. For someone who is as intelligent, he's an intelligent person, intelligent as him, it was a low score. So then I looked at attention, and I gave one test to check out attention, and his score
What
was
is that test?
the CPT, the Connors Continuous Performance Test. And he scored so low on it, I was surprised. So I gave it to him 3 times. And he scored as if he was neurologically impaired with an intentional problem or, a diagnosis of ADHD. Then I didn't stand on that test alone, so I also gave another test called the ACT. It's auditory consonant test. So it's something like this. You say to the person 3 consonants, like I'm just making this up, A, B, C. And then you say 200, and the person has to count backwards by 3s. 200, 197, 194, 191, all the way back. Then you get to either 9 or 18 or 36 seconds, you say, what were the 3 words? And usually the person would say ABC. With Michael, he scored at the 1st and the 2nd percentile level. It was a low score. Then
What
also,
does that low score tell you?
he has an attentional problem. He's all over the place. He's like scattered. The scattered quality he has, I started picking up when I was talking with him. He'd be saying to me, wait a minute, I gotta tell you this, I gotta tell you that. And his thoughts were not linear. It wasn't like he was following, in a way that I could follow easily. It was difficult, to follow. And
What could cause someone to score or react like that?
well, it's hard to say 100% because he had a fracture of the skull when he was age 8. He also had 8 to 12 concussions, falling from a horse. Dr. Picardo mentioned to me that he also fell when he was roofing his house, and she said that he was too macho to want to go into the hospital. He used to do a lot of construction around his property. But it could be from the fall, it could be some other developmental problem, right? I don't know, but he has an attentional problem, and his thoughts are scattered.
Okay, and in reviewing the discovery, did you review the injury that Michael Barisone suffered in this incident?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact could they have had on his neuropsychological testing?
Well, he has no memory for the incident. And in my report, I noted a reputable neuropsychiatrist, Cummings, from California. He gave 2 examples. He said that Gene Tunney, who was a prize fighter who fought against Dempsey, he dropped out of boxing because he started having amnesia, periodic bouts of amnesia. And then the doctor gave an example of another prize fighter who was fighting a fight, and from the 4th round on, he didn't even know he won the fight until hours later he had to be told. So he was, to me, he looked like he lost the mixed martial art fight. He had severe bruising in his face. He had bleeding under the left ear, I think bleeding from the right eye, and he looked like he was given a workout. Now, it's possible that the beating, affected his memory. I can't say 100%, but it may have impaired what they call consolidation, but
Would his previous head injuries that you mentioned impact on a subsequent, have an impact on subsequent beatings?
yes, because if you're like a prize fighter and you get beaten a lot of times, let's say later in life, you hit your head, it could have more of an impact than if it was the first time. The more prior blows to the head, especially in the front of the face or wherever he got hurt, it's going to have a greater impact than just one beating.
Now, did you test for executive functions?
Yes.
What are executive functions?
Well, the executive functions, I tried to look at it like differently. Executive functions are like organization, planning, things of that sort. He scored well on that. I also gave him a test among the executive functions that picks up if there's some form of brain damage, either acute or diffuse. He didn't have any problems with that. The only thing that I did notice in terms of executive functions, you know, and I looked at it, is that he has some kind of nonverbal visual problem. And like if you ask him to draw a pattern, a complex pattern, he doesn't draw the outside. He draws like a little bit of it. It's as if he has trouble forming a visual picture of something. I don't know if that's from, and it's unusual. I don't know if that's from the head trauma or what, but people who tend to have some kind of executive dysfunction, sometimes when they try to do a task, they don't organize it. His was like all over the place in that regards.
Any other tests?
All right, so because he claimed that he had amnesia for the event, first of all, I also wanted to do validity testing. So the most important validity testing for cognitive is the VIP, and it showed no feigning on either.
Now, when you say validity testing, you administered a specific test to determine whether or not Michael Barisone was faking, not remembering the event.
I wanted to see, because people who are feigning, they typically try to claim all manner of memory impairment. They overplay their hand. He didn't do that. His memory was not terrible or anything of that sort. And on the VIP, it came out that he was honest and genuine, except I have to say this. On one part of the VIP, is a nonverbal part, it indicated there's a computer program on there that he had trouble maintaining his attention on the nonverbal part of the test. But even with that, it came out that he was conclusively genuine in how he responded. He showed effort and intent to do well on that test.
And what does that have to do with your opinion as to whether or not he's faking?
He wasn't feigning memory impairment, and if he's claiming that he can't remember, you know, I tend to buy what he's saying, except that I don't know if it's from psychogenic. I put down it's a dissociative amnesia from stress, but it could be from the beating, it could be from the prior head injuries, or what.
So it could be either from a physical injury or from a mental
Yes,
injury.
and if I might interject, I just read a recent review article that it was from a university in Holland. That the program is like criminology there, and they studied 20 years of worldwide claims of dissociative disorder. They looked at the studies themselves, and the problem is that the people who did the studies, they didn't rule out TBI. A lot of the people had like
What's TBI?
traumatic brain injury. They had mild traumatic brain injury, and they didn't rule that out as the reason the person couldn't remember. So in his case, I put down that he had an emotional type of loss of memory, but he also had, you have to keep in mind that he had a beating.
Did you do any memory tests?
Yes, I did, and
And why did you do a memory test when you were evaluating Michael Barissone's state of mind at the time of the incident?
first of all, I wanted to see if he had some kind of significant brain damage that can influence the results. And like I just said, that people who are feigning amnesia or memory impairment, they tend to overplay their hand. So they have memory impairment all over the place. His actually was very specific in one little area, and that was nonverbal memory.
And were there any validity portions of those tests?
Well, the validity was the VIP. I also did another test called the CVLT, and I also did another test called the TOM. The CVLT is a list learning test, and it has a validity component built into it. The bottom line is that he was not feigning on that test. On the TOM, which is nonverbal memory, recognition memory, he had a poor score.
And what does that indicate to you?
I didn't know whether it was from the fact that he had problem with nonverbal memory or what. But, you know, he was given 4 tests, 3 out of the 4 came out fine. The VIP is the most powerful one. of those different tests.
And how did he come out on that?
Fine. He was not feigning.
Did you do any perceptual tests?
I did.
Which ones?
Well, the tests that I gave were from the NAB, that's the Neuropsychological Assessment Battery. So you have a whole bunch of tests on that. Then I supplemented that with some other tests that I gave. I gave a test called the Ray Complex Figure Test. On that test, I saw that he worked very piecemeal in terms of putting things together. He also has a memory component on that. He scored poorly in terms of memory for nonverbal. His perceptual functioning was borderline in a couple of tests. I don't know if, if I did more assessment with him, which I thought was like, I didn't see the utility of it, but, maybe I could determine exactly what the problem is with the nonverbal functioning.
And finally, did you do any tests with respect to language?
I did,
And why would you test or give him language tests?
because you have a beating to your front of your head, and this is like the frontal area of the skull. It could damage your verbal production. So if you say to an individual, I'm gonna give you 60 seconds, and tell me as many words that begin with the letter F-A-S, first with F. Don't give me people's names like Fernando, don't give me places like France, don't give me numbers like 5. And you total it up, there's tables that are based on age, education, ethnicity, and he scored very fine. Average score is between 12 to 15 words per minute, and he was like 18 per minute. So from the beating he had, it didn't affect that language production area.
Okay, now, you testified to a great number of tests that you administer. Were the tests consistent with each other?
The tests were consistent in showing no feigning on personality or cognitive.
And what else did the tests indicate to you based on your scoring?
The test indicate that he suffers from paranoia, delusional disorder of a very high level, and that it's very significant.
All right. Now, did you review Dr. Simring's evaluation?
Yes, I did.
And did you review that stack of 91 pages that were provided?
Yes. I put down 51, but I don't know exactly what the number is for the simple reason I did count 91, but then I noticed in the pages themselves that there were duplicates. So I didn't actually count the clean pages. So I don't know if it's 51, 77, or 91. The total that I went through was 91, but there's duplicates in there.
Okay. Now, did you review any discovery that was provided by the prosecutor's office?
Yes, I went over the police reports, Morris County Department's reports, the hospital reports, the EMT reports, the emergency room reports, the orthopedic reports.
Did you review any social media posts?
Oh, yes. This was rough because there were like 6 boxes of Facebook posts, like over 20,000. I went through a number of them, but I didn't record all that I went through on my list. But there's one box for Mr. Goodwin. I think it's 2,000 or so items. I also went over text messaging back and forth between different parties.
Now, with regards to the social media posts, did you talk to Michael Barisone about various posts that he saw that Lauren Cataract had posted about him?
Yes.
And did you discuss any posts where she talked about going to war?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did those posts have on Michael Barisone?
Well, he's calm right now, but when I was talking with him, he was like petrified. He was frightened when he read, and I read him the post to see what it was like, how he reacted. He was frightened.
Did you go over a post where Cataract talked about weapons, guns?
Yes, I also saw pictures she had of,
And what specific effect did that have on Michael Barisone?
he was super frightened. He remained super frightened. On one of the times that I was there when I was leaving, he said to me that he wanted the judge, if he was freed.
Objection, Judge.
Don't say anything about the judge, I'll move on, Judge. I'm not-
Okay.
That question's withdrawn.
In the discovery that you reviewed, did you discuss the fact that Lauren Cataract was tape recording Michael Barisone?
Yes,
And did you discuss what impact that recording was having on his mental state?
he was incredibly frightened. He had no refuge, no place to go where he felt safe. And he was very upset. He said, this is an example of a terrorist, you know? And he was frightened, you know, tremendous amount. And it upset him that she had a post that she referred to him and the other people there scurrying around, going into their car, you know, to speak to each other. But he was just very frightened.
What impact does someone thinking, whether it's true or not, that every word that you say is being listened to?
Judge, I'm going to object to the general nature of the question. I think if it's
Yeah, I think it's a little
particular to this case-
broad.
Rephrase it.
Rephrase it, please.
What effect did Michael Barisone thinking that every word that he spoke to anyone was being recorded by someone that he was afraid of?
It made him super paranoid, that everything he was doing was being monitored. Not only being recorded, he thought that he was being filmed.
Did you review posts with him where Lauren Cataract was telling people on Facebook that Michael Barisone was threatening her life?
That super frightened him, because he has distorted thinking. So here's what his thinking was like. He said to me that the Parkland shooting person stated that he was bullied. Then he said, Cataract said, she's bullied. So then he said, my conclusion is she's going to kill me just like the Parkland shooter. That's how his deduction was off. But that's how he came up with that.
And did you discuss with him numerous contacts that he made with people who Cataract had previously posted things on Facebook about?
Yes,
For instance, the name Staggart and Parkinson.
I remember that.
Now, I don't want you to say what those posts contained, but did you discuss those posts with Michael Barisone?
Yes.
And what did he say about those posts, and what was their effect on his mental state?
Well, the effect was it made him even more frightened. He saw how other people were treated, and he thought that there was a greater danger. And he actually admitted that to me. So I asked him about, like, you know, how things transpired to cause him all this difficulty. And he says, well, it was the pattern of everything that came his way. He looked up, he got information on Cataract, her behavior, and everything together made him more and more frightened. But he felt as if there was a realistic threat out there.
Now, did you discuss with him leaving his residence a week or so before the incident?
Yes.
And what did he indicate to you was the reason that he left?
He feared for his life.
Who was he living there with?
With Mary Haskins, and I think for a time her son.
And where did he go after he fled his residence?
He went to the, I don't know if it's the proper term, the recreation room at the stable. It was a large room that was furnished that had a kitchen area there and place to sleep, and he moved in there.
Now,
A reception area, that's what it was called.
did Michael Barisone, based on your discussions with him and the discovery that you reviewed, take any steps to try to protect himself?
He was frightened. He felt as if when he'd be talking to either Mary Haskins or someone else, that Canarak was quoting directly what he was saying. And he got more and more scared, you know. And what he did was he hired someone to sweep the barn area and to see if they could find any of the tape recorders.
I'm going to show you D700-2. Did you review this in your discovery?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
This is a contract for debugging. It's, I think, $5,000 and of a certain area of the barn.
Did Michael Barisone hire anyone else?
Well, he hired a person to watch overnight and to sit in his SUV
And why did he hire that person?
because he was fearful. Because he was saying that Lauren Canarak and Rob Goodwin, they'd be wandering around at night, in the middle of the night, and he was fearful that they were going to do something.
Do what?
Burn the barn down, harm people. And when he stayed at the reception area, he made sure that all the windows and doors were locked.
Did he do anything else to protect himself? Did he hire a private?
Oh, yes. He hired a private investigator to find out if they had a prior arrest record, and that upset him too, because he saw.
We cannot go into
Okay.
the specifics, but 700A-1, is this the background check that you talked to Michael Barisone about?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what impact Michael Barisone getting this document from the private investigator had on his mental state?
It intensified the fear factor. He felt as if that there was a whole bunch of information that was pointing in the direction that these are dangerous people.
Did Michael Barisone ever call the police?
Yes, he did.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 4 times.
And did you discuss those specific instances with him?
Yes, I did.
And what did he indicate to you with regards to each and every one of those instances?
Total frustration. He was trying to say how scared he was. He felt as if they were poo-pooing it, and he had no place to turn. That's how he felt. He had no recourse.
And what did that do to his psychic?
He felt alone. He felt vulnerable. He felt as if he couldn't fight back, so to speak.
And at some point, was he told that the Morris County Prosecutor's Office was consulted?
Yes.
And did anything happen with regards to them consulting about this incident, based on your review of the discovery?
The AP reviewed the information that Michael found upsetting, and they didn't find it of sufficient type to follow through with any kind of action. They basically told him that it was a landlord-tenant difficulty.
And when Michael Barisone heard that, both from the police and the prosecutor's office, what effect did it have on him?
Felt more vulnerable. He had no protection.
Now, did Michael Barisone talk to you about his knowledge of Goodwin and Canarak's drug use?
Yes,
I'm not going to ask you specifics, but did that play any role in Michael Barisone's mental state with regards to your evaluation?
yes. He felt
And
both.
how so?
He felt both of them were unstable to begin with, and he thought with the drug use that they're even more unstable. And then, if I recall correctly, he spoke to someone who thought that drugs might be planted on his vehicle, and he got even more scared.
And in addition to that information, did you talk to Michael Barisone about Lauren Canarak posting things on social media indicating that she had mental or psychological problems?
Yes,
Did you discuss that with Michael?
I did.
And what impact did that have on his mental state?
Everything was drip, drip, drip of making him more frightened. And he particularly was frightened when she essentially said that she had multiple personalities and she could not be responsible. Then he combined that with images he saw of her, where there were gun images, statements that she made about shooting at people who tried to...
Objection, Judge.
Okay.
All right, sustained, Mr. Belinkus, as previously discussed.
Now, did Michael Barisone talk to you about an incident where Robert Goodwin made some gesture with his finger?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
He said on August 6th, when the people from Washington Township came to his place, there was like 3 different people, a number of cars. They came up. He said Rob Goodwin was 15 feet away, and he placed his hand in the form of a gun to his head and said words to the effect, watch out, or something like that. And he smiled on his face. And
What did Michael Barisone say about that smile to you?
he said it scared him because he remembered something that happened a long time ago when he was a little boy. He was sexually assaulted by someone. And he says, oh, I saw the same kind of eyes, the frightening eyes. They scared him. The same thing when he had trouble with his mother when she burnt his hand. It was the same kind of eyes. And it made him frightened. It was just fearful of them.
Now, did you review the police reports with regards to the day of the incident?
Yes,
And did you review the reports regarding DCPP's contact with Mary Haskins and Michael Barisone?
yes.
Now, what did Michael Barisone tell you with regards to what he heard during that meeting with DCPP?
The only thing I thought he said that he heard the word of sexual abuse, and that he was worried that the family would be broken up, the children taken away. And he had a distorted view that if the children were taken, if he and Mary Haskins were arrested, his biggest fear, which is, this is completely delusional, his biggest fear, I think, is delusional. His biggest fear was that Lauren Canarak and Rob Goodwin would kill the children. And he linked it up with seeing some posts where they were trying to get information on the 2 children. But he was frightened.
Judge, objection. There's no evidence of that.
See that side more. 15 minutes. You can step down, Dr. King. All right, be seated, members of the jury. The objection by Mr. Shellhorn was sustained, and the last testimony by the doctor will be stricken from the record, and you're not to consider it. And the specific testimony is where the doctor said, his previous testimony where he talked about Mr. Barissone's biggest fear, which was completely delusional in his opinion, was that the children would be taken and killed by Lauren Canorac and Robert Goodwin. That much you can consider. But his follow-up line that it was linked to a specific post, there's no evidence in the record of that the defendant ever reviewed any such post according to the doctor's testimony. So that last part must be stricken. You are not to consider it in your deliberations. All right. Let's bring the doctor in. Go ahead, Mr. Belenkas, continue.
Thank you. Doctor, based on your clinical interviews, the psychological testing, and the information that you reviewed in the record, did you form an opinion with regards to Michael Barissone's state of mind at the time of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And is that opinion to a degree of psychological medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
What is your opinion with regards to Michael Barissone's state of mind at the time of this incident?
At the time of the shooting, he suffered from a mental disorder, a psychotic break, a delusional disorder, which degraded his thinking to such an extent that he did not know what he was doing was wrong.
Did he understand the nature and quality of his actions?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're not board certified, are you?
They don't have board certification, and for psychologists, it's for psychiatrists.
Have you ever had any problems with your license?
No.
Now, your CV indicates that you had weekly meetings with Dr. James Wallach
Yes.
in 2010.
Yes.
He's a lawyer and a clinical psychologist.
Yes.
What was the nature of your meetings with him?
I would go over cases, and I wanted him to serve as an attorney to question me hard in terms of what we were talking about, so I'd get more practice.
Why did you start meeting with him on a weekly basis in
I
2010?
wanted to improve. I've done that over the years with different people. I contacted an expert on the MMPI, Dr. Caldwell, and I met with him weekly, and other individuals that did the same. So what I tried to do in terms of my career, I tried to find someone who is more knowledgeable or better than me, and so to speak, I like to play tennis with them to up my game.
Now, your CV indicates that you were a postdoctoral fellow in neuropsychology at Columbia University?
Yes,
And that's normally a 2-year full-time program?
it is.
And you did the fellowship, or you were a fellow for 9 months?
Yes, I left the program.
Had you ever published any peer-reviewed, published in any peer-reviewed scientific journals?
I don't know if it's peer-reviewed, but I wrote an article with Arnold Lazarus on multimodal therapy.
That was the article from 1990?
Yes.
What's multimodal therapy?
It's a form of cognitive behavior therapy. It was developed by Arnold Lazarus. He was an eminent psychologist at Rutgers University. And it tries to have interventions with multiple components to it, not just one component, but it looks at the broad panoply of possibilities of interventions for a person.
And that's that's related to therapy, it's not related to diagnostic.
No, it's therapy.
Now, you were the chief operating officer for the publishing company that put that book out?
One book. There was a book that was written by Dr. Fay, Prescription for Quality Relationship. And I developed a friendship with him, and through him, I met Dr. Lazarus.
Now, you're a member of the American Psychological Association.
Yes.
Are you a fellow?
No,
Do you know what the criteria is to be elected a fellow?
I don't know.
Would you be surprised if I told you it was based on contributions?
Objection, Judge, he says yes and no.
He's a member of the association, Judge.
He said he didn't, said he didn't know.
I'll move on. Have you ever held any offices with any professional associations?
No,
Have you ever received any awards from any professional associations?
no, I just received a reward from the prosecutor's office in Hudson County on a particular case that I did.
So with respect to your peers in these professional organizations, you've never received any awards?
No,
Now, you indicated that you've testified at trial in the past.
yes,
Have you testified for both the prosecution and the defense?
yes.
Can you estimate approximately how many times in the last 10 years you've done that?
I don't know offhand, but over since my career, at least 100 times.
For each side?
No, not for each side, let's say 50-50.
Have you ever been hired by the prosecutor or the defense and then given an opinion that's inconsistent with the party that's hiring you?
Oh, yeah,
Can you estimate approximately how many times
No.
you've done that in the last 10 years?
can't do that, but I did that with DIFAS, and I did that with the parental representation unit.
Now, I saw on your CV that you listed an update you attended at Harvard Medical School in October of 2018.
Yes,
How many days was that?
it must have been 4 days.
Why do you say must have been?
It usually runs from like Wednesday to Sunday. So it would be all day Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and half a day on Sunday.
Do you know how many hours that would be when you say days?
Gee, I don't know, 8 hours a day? I'm not sure.
How would that particular update be different from the continuing education seminars that you listed on page 3?
Well, the ones that are listed on page 3 for continuing education were just within forensic psychology. The other ones that are listed was on basically dementia, neuropsychology, and psychiatric issues. So that's how I differentiated it.
Have you ever given any seminars or presentations to your peers in the field of psychology?
Well, I gave 2 presentations to the fellows at Columbia on forensic psychology. So I had testified in the case, and the psychiatrist, who was Dr. Simring, he was the director. We were on opposite sides in that particular case. And after I wrote my report, he contacted me and asked me if I would present to the fellows. So I presented for 2 years.
And that was in 2008 and 2009?
Mm-hmm.
You've never presented at any of the national seminars or anything like that?
No, I had no interest.
Now, you indicated that you gave a battery of psychological tests to Michael Barisson.
Yes,
You would agree with me that you would never make a diagnosis based on a psychological test.
correct.
Now, you rendered a number of psychological diagnoses for Mr. Barisson.
Yes,
Would you agree with me that only delusional disorder would affect his ability to know and appreciate the nature and quality of his actions?
yes. However, for the attentional problem, that contributes to why he has the delusional disorder, it magnifies it.
But on its own, it wouldn't affect his ability
It
to know.
participates in the forming of, causing the impact of the delusions.
Doctor, would you agree with me that two people can have the same experience but perceive it differently?
Totally.
And would you agree with me that someone being mistaken about something is not a delusion?
No, it's not. It's not a delusion. A delusion is an experience that a person has that is put together in their mind incorrectly. And I gave the example of like a delusion. Like, for example, Michael Barisone saw a Facebook post. And on the Facebook post, there was an orange color. The orange color generated in his mind the idea of flames, fire. From that, he generated in his mind the notion that his place was going to be burnt down. Okay? So I could look at it, and someone else could look at it and look at it differently, but the way he's thinking about it is disturbed.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, if someone has a mistake about a fact, or they're mistaken about a fact, does that mean that
No,
they're delusional
no.
about the fact?
If I said to you that Columbus came to the New World in 1592, I would be wrong. You know, and that's not a delusion. That's just a statement of fact.
Would you agree with me that a feeling is not the same as a delusion?
Correct. A delusion is a thought. It generates feelings.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about what you reviewed and what you didn't review in the case. But would you agree with me in general that if there was something that you didn't know or something that you didn't account for that you found out was different later on, that could change your opinion?
It would influence it. It depends on what it is.
I think you indicated that you had reviewed a great deal of the discovery in the case.
A lot.
Did you review any of the witnesses' recorded statements?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated that you reviewed the defendant's written statement that he prepared for Dr. Simring?
Yes.
And you said you said in your report that that was only 51 pages, that it should be 91 pages.
Yeah, it's 91 pages, what I saw. However, I thought within that, there were duplicate pages.
I can show you all of those pages if you'd like to go through them to check whether there are duplicates or are not duplicates.
I would not want to do that now, but I would love to meet with you because I clearly remember reading it and I was remarked, this is so very repetitious.
Did you corroborate anything that you read there with any of the other discovery?
But you'd have to be more specific on that, I'm sorry.
If you saw something or read something there that was...
And look, I have to say this. I don't trust anything that a person says to me. So they could claim one thing or another, and I tried to see if there's an agreement. So he would tell me all kinds of things negative about, let's say, Lauren Canorak. And when I looked it up, it was coherent with what he said. The event took place.
And you mentioned earlier that you spoke with Dr. Picone, but then you indicated you corrected yourself that was a typo in your report.
Yes.
Are you aware that she's not a doctor?
I thought she was a doctor, a psychologist.
And your notes actually indicate, your handwritten notes indicate PhD next to her name?
Yes. That mean,
Where did you get that from?
I thought that's what she said, PhD.
So you believe when you spoke to Ms. Picone
I thought she was a psychologist.
that she told you she had a PhD?
Maybe she didn't tell me, but I thought she was a psychologist. I thought she was a doctor.
Now, Mr. Belinkis asked you some questions on direct examination about the discrepancies between your notes and your report and when you actually met with Michael Barisone versus when you didn't.
Yes.
And I wrote down on direct examination that you said,
Judge, I object to his reference as to what he wrote down.
I'm going to check and see if my notes are correct,
All
Judge.
right, well, he's refreshing his recollection, I suppose.
The
But you don't have to reference what you wrote down.
Well, Doctor,
Just ask the question.
did you meet with Michael Barisone on October 29th, November 5th, November 6th, November 19th, November 20th, December 4th and December 5th.
No, I thought I said December 11th,
Well, that's why I'm asking the question. So-
4th and the 11th.
And you acknowledge that that's wrong in your report?
No, I acknowledge the fact that the dates I just gave you, or you just read to me, that's the correct time. That was the correct dates that I saw him.
But that's not what it indicates as far as the contacts in the bill that you gave, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about the various tests that you administered, Doctor. You talked about the Rorschach test,
Yes.
and you didn't actually administer the Rorschach test to...
Judge, I will object to this based on your ruling.
You talked about this, Judge. Doctor, you were asked questions on direct about the Rorschach test.
Yes.
You scored Michael Barisone on the Rorschach using Exner, correct?
Yes.
That's the Exner system?
Yes.
Just lost my notes, if you give me a moment.
Sure.
Now, there are a number of different scoring systems for the Rorschach test, correct?
Yes.
And you used the Exner scoring system when you did the scoring.
Yes.
Are you aware of the Rorschach Research Council?
Yes.
You're aware that that was a council that was formed by John Exner himself in the mid-1990s?
Okay, yes.
And are you aware that that council identified a number of significant problems with the Exner scoring system?
Yes.
For example, they noted that there's issues with reliability between different scorers.
That's with all the Rorschach systems.
They indicated that the Exner system was of questionable validity.
Questionable norms.
They also indicated that there was no research data that supported the Exner scoring system.
I doubt that.
Let me show you, if I can, S409 for identification. In a breakout room, please, Judge, if I could.
Sure. It'll appear on that computer screen, sir, once it's pulled up.
Doctor, can you
Oh.
see that screen?
Okay,
That's an article from Psychological Science, correct?
okay.
And does that indicate or refresh your memory on the first page in that italic type on the left-hand side?
The article was written by James Wood, and I like his work. I have his book on the Rorschach. He's very critical of the use of the Rorschach completely. Now, the Rorschach is a very controversial test. There's two systems that exist right now, one by Exner system, and one by Meyer. There'd be very few people that would agree with you to throw the baby out with the bath. And while I tend to support James Wood's analysis of the Rorschach, I think you're going overboard by saying that the system is...
Recording in progress.
I think you're going overboard by trying to imply that the system is negated by people in the psychological community.
So you don't agree that the Exner system has a tendency to find illness that isn't present?
That's a common knowledge on the Rorschach system. It's a common knowledge, right?
That it
But
has-
that's not the full story. It's just not.
And doctor, I'm just asking
Okay.
you if you could answer my questions. So do you or do you not agree that the Exner system has a tendency to find an illness that isn't present?
That's one point of view on that. That's one point of view. That's not the full panoply of views on that.
Did you just, who was the individual that you just referenced, doctor?
James Wood.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S410. Doctor, is that an article from the Journal of Personality Assessment?
Yes.
And that was, among the other authors listed there are Gregory Meyer.
Yeah, I know him.
In
I
fact,
know
you
of him.
cited Gregory Meyer in your report.
Yes. He has another system that's been developed.
And he's actually a member of the Rorschach Research Council.
Yes. May I say something to you?
And he actually developed this additional or different test, the RPAC.
Yeah. It's a Rorschach system that's different. A lot of these things you're touching on are very controversial. So if you get the book on the Rorschach system by Wood et al., you'll see that they imply, I'm not saying this is the case, but they imply that Meyer was bought out, basically, by Exner. He had written initially, like in a dissertation, a criticism of the Exner system. Exner then placed him on board with regards to his group he was working with, and he changed his opinion. That's the implication in that book on the Rorschach. It's with Gary Lilienfeld, Lillienfeld, Gary Lilienfeld, Wood, and others. So you're heading into a very controversial area.
The Exner system is controversial.
All the systems are controversial. I think I even referenced that within my report, saying that there's questionable validity on some of these systems. I still think you could use it. So I also referenced a book, which is a legitimate book, on assessment of psychosis.
Did you testify today about the potential issues or the validity issues with
Not
Exner?
at all. Not at all, because that's not the sum and substance of my report. What I was doing is, I was taking the information from the Exner that came out, or the Rorschach that was scored, and it fits in with other information. It's supported by other information.
Now, do you have to pay any fees to use that Exner
Yes.
computer program?
All the tests that I did, I had to pay for. So they're approximately $40 a test, maybe a little bit more.
Do you have to update that program periodically at all?
It depends on which company you're using, but like basically, you pay per test. And you have, like for the test from the Psych Corporation, you buy a access for $100. You buy an access for doing the test, and then you pay per test. So it's not for free.
Who runs the Exner system now, or the comprehensive system now that John Exner has?
He passed away. I don't know who's in charge of it. What happened was the family initially said that they didn't want any additional research, but they changed their opinion on that.
Are you aware that it's run by his daughter?
It could be.
Did you know that she's not a psychologist or a psychiatrist?
To me, I'm be honest, I think you're heading down a bad road, because it's not as...
Doctor,
Doctor, we're not here to argue.
I apologize.
You
I'm not
answer,
trying to be-
my
yes,
question.
I'm not trying to be
Mr. Shell,
controversial.
Doctor, both of you be quiet. Your role here is not to opine on any road the prosecutor may be going down. That's his decision. Your job is to answer the questions. That's it, to the best of your ability. Now, we got that out of the way. Ask another question, Mr. Shellhorn.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you about the scores that you produced for the Rorschach test in this case. Do you remember the interpretive report that you got after rescoring the Rorschach?
I don't have it in front of me, but I remember like key elements of it.
Specifically, did you list what you considered to be the salient findings in your report?
Yes,
What's salient mean?
key findings.
On page 7, well, I'll show it to you, Doctor. S435 for identification. Do you have that, Doctor?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that that's the interpretive report for the scores you gave Michael Barisone on the Rorschach?
I guess, yes, yes.
If I direct your attention down to page 7, specifically under number 2, which is about halfway down the page. Would you agree with me that it indicates there that the individual has a potential for impulsiveness.
Yes.
You didn't include that in your report, did you?
I don't know what I wrote on that. I wrote that he was emotionally unstable.
And I can direct your attention, Doctor, I see you looking at your report to pages 8 and 9.
Okay.
So you'd agree with me that the Rorschach scoring that you did indicated and reflected a potential for impulsiveness, but you didn't include that in your report.
Yes.
Moving down on S435, which is the Rorschach on page 8. And I'm going to direct your attention to number 7. Does it indicate there this individual exerts considerably less control over feelings than most adults?
Yes.
Does it indicate does not necessarily signify that he is unable to exert self-control and keep his emotions in check,
Yes.
but that he chooses not to do so?
Okay.
You agree with me that's from the results that you got from the
That's from
Rorschach?
the computer printout.
And you didn't include that in your report, did you?
No.
Drawing your attention down to page 12, Doctor. Specifically number 21. Does it indicate the individual is excessively committed to seeing the world accurately
Yes.
and realistically?
Okay.
And you would agree with me you didn't put that in your report?
No, I don't need to on that, because for the simple reason that if an individual has a delusional disorder, I did indicate from another reference that it's not going to be picked up by this test. I had a long quote. So here's the thing. If you want to pick pieces out of this report and say it doesn't fit in with everything I've written, the point is that I'm looking for things that overlap, that agree with each other. So that's a factor that I use in terms of generating a report. But there's no way that you could write a report and think that you could put every single piece together. You have to use some kind of clinical judgment.
Well, you'd agree with me that if there was a common thread here of any of the things we've talked about with these other reports, and other tests rather, and you didn't put it in your report, that means that you ignored it.
I didn't ignore it. I also just said to you previously that I gave a quote from a current book on the assessment of psychosis, and it said that you're not going to be able to pick up delusional disorder on the Rorschach. And if you're trying to imply that just because he has a clear view of reality, that doesn't necessarily follow.
You also didn't put any of these quotes in your report, or these passages in your report, and then distinguish them or differentiate them, did you?
I don't believe I quoted. I thought I summarized what I saw was in the reports.
Well, we just pointed out a number of things that you didn't put in your report, correct?
You'll find that with all the testing that's done.
And lastly, on page 12 of 13, number 24, you indicated earlier in your testimony on direct examination that the defendant was incapable of understanding the nature and quality of his actions.
Yes.
does page 12 indicate the individual is capable of maintaining a connected flow of associations in which ideas follow each other in a comprehensible manner?
Okay, but you also recall from, yeah, it says that, but you also recall from our report that said it was a very low number of responses that were produced. I also wrote in my report, the least number of responses, you have to have 14 responses. If you have less than 14 responses, you don't have a valid profile. And the fewer the responses are, and it's discussed by Wood and his associates, you can push down the pathology. I mentioned that in my report. So you need to take that into account, that you could have a suppressed level of pathology in it, given the fact that the number of responses were very low.
And I think my question was just that that was a indication that you received from the tests and from the scores, but that you didn't include that in your report.
But I just said that you could read this, but if you also know how many responses are given in the score, and I have a section in the report on that you could have a spuriously low sign of pathology in the report, given you have very few responses.
All right, doctor, let's move on to the MMPI, the MMPI-2. Did you rescore this test?
I ran it through the computer.
Now, I think you testified on direct examination about the MMPI-2, correct?
Yes,
And you testified in particular with respect to Scale 6. Can you remember, or can you remind the jury what Scale 6
Scale
examines?
6 measures paranoia.
And it's fair to say that none of these scale titles, the names, shouldn't be interpreted literally.
No, you should look further into the test. You should look at the subcomponent scores, PA1, PA2, PA3. PA1 shows delusional thought content of a very serious nature.
And doctor, I'm just asking you about Scale 6.
Yes,
So Scale 6 is titled Paranoia,
yes.
but it doesn't literally mean that it's testing paranoia.
Well, it's just said literally that you have to look at other scales on there. And if you literally look at other experts in the field, if they're going to say it measures delusional disorder, a score of 90.
So the high score of 90 on Scale 6, you would say is indicative of someone with delusional disorder?
Yes. And not just simply on that. I also,
And doctor,
All right, okay.
just please don't get ahead of me. I appreciate it, thank you. Well, isn't it true that people with high scores on Scale 6 rarely endorse the existence of delusions?
I don't believe that at all. I've never seen that.
Who is James Butcher?
Oh, I know James Butcher. He's one of the MMPI figures.
And I think you cited him in your report as well, correct?
I might have.
He's a reputable
Yes.
person with respect to the
Yes.
MMPI-2. Have you ever looked at his book, Using the MMPI-2 in Forensic Assessment?
No.
Judge, if I may approach?
Sure.
I don't have this marked as an exhibit.
All right, well, what's the next exhibit number, just so we have a reference?
I believe it's S-454.
All right. That's 454.
Counsel, was that turned over to us?
Do you have an objection, Mr. Belinkis? Come to sidebar. Mr. Shelmore.
Dr. Hasson, I'm going to direct your attention here to page 54. You would agree with me that this block in the middle talks about scale 6 paranoia?
Let me read it. Here's the problem you have with this. You don't have your T-scores here.
And doctor, you'll have a chance.
Okay.
But you'd agree with me that this does say, with respect to scale 6, paranoia, the existence of delusions and paranoid thought process are rarely identified within this score.
I agree that it says that there, but I also agree the fact that it doesn't have the score of 90 in there. And that's a very different horse of another color.
But you indicated you're familiar with James Butcher.
Yes,
Now, people who score high on scale 6 are also generally described as being suspicious, overly sensitive, argumentative, prone to blame others.
yes,
People with high scores on scale 6 also often express their hostility overtly and rationalize it as a result of what others have done.
yes, yes,
And you indicated this defendant, Michael Barisone, scored high on scale 6, exceedingly high.
I indicated that a T-score of 90. I've never seen in my career an individual score that high on scale 6 with validity scales that are within normal limits. And the reference you're giving doesn't give very high score, doesn't give any scores, it just gives a general discussion.
But you agree with me that James Butcher and others wrote in that report that an individual who scores high on the scale for paranoia rarely endorses the existence of delusions.
It's incredibly misleading. You would agree with me that on the references that
I'll
I,
ask the questions respectfully.
Just answer the questions, please.
So you agree that you just read that in that book?
yes, I read that.
Now, you indicated that some of the tests that you administered, the defendant showed difficulty with his concentration.
On some of the tests, yes.
On the MMPI-2, which is S434 for identification, and we're going to pull that up for you now, Doctor. Did Michael Barisone endorse a number of persecutory ideas?
Yes,
And you'd expect that of a criminal defendant who's on trial?
not necessarily. I would expect that someone who has a delusional disorder to get a score of 90 on scale 6 and a score of 105 on scale PA1, and also to get a score of 88 on the Caldwell Index.
Well, if he indicates in respect to question 99, someone has it in for me and says it's true,
Yes,
you would expect that for someone who's been charged with a crime.
no, I just think I just don't agree with you.
Now, with respect to the MCMI-4,
Yes,
I don't know if you specifically mentioned that on direct examination.
well, I administered it. However, I tried to check out the cut scores by looking up Rogers, and I didn't use it, even though the test came out in the same direction as the other tests, because the validity scales were weak on that.
Why did you use the MCMI-4?
It's a legitimate test. I wanted to look at personality disorder in him. However, I wanted to look at the current cut scores, so I looked up Rogers, and he didn't have any information on that, and then I decided not to use it, given the fact that I wasn't sure if it was valid, the conclusions.
Doctor, you mentioned the PAI test on your direct examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And specifically with the PAI, I think you testified that you did validity testing with respect to that test.
There's validity testing on there.
Judge, this has been marked as S436.
What?
Doctor, directing your attention to page 2. At the very top of every page on this document, does it indicate warning validity scales indicate hypotheses may not be valid?
Certainly does.
And this test itself actually indicated that there was the possibility of deliberate distortion.
I also indicated in my report that I used Richard Rogers' cut scores for NIM and MAL. They're different from the scores on this test. The cut scores for Rogers, the NIM, negative impression management, has to be above 110, and the MAL, which is like an index score of a group of different scores, has to be above 5. The MAL that was calculated was 3, and the NIM that was calculated was 92. So as I just said, I went with Rogers with regards to this, and I looked for Rogers with regard to the MCMI, and I didn't see anything, so I didn't score the MCMI. But that's why there's a discrepancy.
So with respect to the PAI, it does indicate that there's the possibility of some deliberate distortion.
With respect to one of the key experts in the United States, I don't know anyone who's more renowned than Richard Rogers. He's written multiple articles and books on malingering and deception. The scores that are being shown here are not invalid.
Did you indicate that in your report?
Yes,
You indicated that the PAI, you wrote in your report that the PAI indicated, quote, the possibility of malingering. You
No,
wrote that in your report?
I indicated in my report that I used the cut scores from Richard Rogers for NIM and MAL. I indicated that. I didn't use the scores that were shown here.
Well, specifically, and I'll direct your attention to page 10 of the PAI that you administered and you scored. Does it indicate in the first full paragraph on page 10, the critical items should be reviewed to evaluate the possibility of malingering?
Where is this now? On my report?
PAI, page 10. It's been marked for identification as S436, and it should be on the screen in front of you.
Okay. Yes. And what is your
So
question,
you
sir?
see there where this report,
Yeah.
based on the test that you administered and you scored, indicates the critical items should be reviewed to evaluate the possibility of malingering.
I also just indicated to you a few
Do you
times.
see that, yes or no?
I see that.
And in that same paragraph, does it say, regardless of the cause, in all capital letters, the test results potentially involve considerable distortion and are unlikely to be an accurate reflection of the respondent's objective clinical status?
It
The
says that.
following interpretation is provided only as an indication of the respondent's self-description. You agree with me that the PAI that you administered and scored gave you that indication?
I agree with what you just read there, but I also agree with myself that Richard Rogers, who's a higher authority than the computer printout, would argue that those scores were not, they were genuine. They were not an indication of feigning. And I
And
gave you the
indicated
scores.
that in your report.
It's in my report.
It says
That
that
I-
that the critical items should be reviewed for the possibility of malingering?
Now, what it says in my report is that I used Richard Rogers' cut scores for it. Well, here's what Rogers did.
Doctor?
Okay.
Please just answer
All
my
right.
questions.
I will.
Thank you. Now, the PAI also gave a number of diagnostic possibilities, didn't it?
Yes.
Did it indicate the diagnostic possibility of delusional disorder?
No.
Did it indicate that malingering should be ruled out?
It could be, given the fact that using the incorrect cut scores on here.
Well, let me draw your attention, and this is a score, this is a test you chose, correct?
You
You
can,
chose to administer
Yes.
the PAI to the
Yes.
defendant.
let me make a comment to you.
Doctor, could you
I
please just
cho-
answer my
I
question?
use this test, right, but I have to use my judgment too. I have more knowledge that I try to use in terms of understanding it. So I looked at the cut scores by Richard Rogers. He takes Richard Rogers is trying to reduce false positives. So he and his group took this test. They wanted to reduce false positives. False positive would be, say, someone is malingering when they're not. And actually, malingering is not a diagnosis, as you probably know.
You chose to administer the PAI to Michael Barisson, correct?
Yes,
You took the results and you put them into this particular program to score it, correct?
yes,
The program gave you a number of various information, clinical features, treatment considerations, possible diagnoses, correct?
yes,
And you didn't include all of those things in your report.
I would never include
Correct.
everything in the report. I would use my judgment on the report. The test gave two things. It gave validity scales and it also gave clinical scales. The validity scales said that the test was accurate.
And where the results of the PAI that you have in front of you as S46 didn't match your ultimate diagnosis, you didn't put anything in your report about why you ignored that or why you distinguished it.
I indicated that I'm not putting down malingering, given the fact that there's no evidence of feigning on this test. Because I used more accurate cut scores.
So where it says there's the possibility of malingering, you're saying that feigning is not indicated at all by this test.
Correct.
Doctor, you also mentioned that you administered the 16 PF test.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned several of the factors. I don't think you mentioned factor L. What does factor L measure?
Vigilance. High suspiciousness.
Did Michael Barisone have an extremely high score on this scale?
Yes.
His scale, or his score rather, for this scale was at the top of the range.
Yes.
And a score like that would suggest problems with the projection of anger.
Correct.
It would suggest a preoccupation with power dynamics.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that's not indicated in your report.
Well, I interpret it differently than you. I didn't interpret it as power dynamics. I interpreted it as hypersuspiciousness.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S443 for identification. This is the 16 PF results from the test that you administered. And you just indicated that you wouldn't say that factor L deals with a preoccupation of power dynamics, but you'd agree with me that that's exactly what it says in the test results.
It says it there.
Now, you mentioned, doctor, that you gave the SIRS 2, correct?
Yes.
Why did you pick the SIRS 2 as opposed to the SIRS 1?
Well, the SIRS 2 is a better test in that it was developed to reduce false positives. So in other words, accusing someone of either malingering or feigning when they're not. It was an upgrade.
Well, isn't it true that in the scientific community that there are concerns about whether the SIRS 2 accurately assesses feigning?
I'm going to respond to you. That's a complete misstatement. Now, there were 3 studies that came out. They criticized the use of SIRS-2. Basically, the problem with those 3 studies, the design was poor. And what they used was a test called the Miller forensic test. The Miller forensic test is high on sensitivity. Remember I gave the example of going through a magnetometer? It goes off. The SIRS-2 is high on specificity. They used the wrong tests and the wrong design to criticize the SIRS-2. There was 3 of those studies. That was answered by Rogers when he went over the designs of those studies.
So if authors published an article in a peer-reviewed scientific journal where they indicated that they had concerns about whether the SIRS-2 accurately measures whether someone's feigning or not, you would disagree with those authors and disagree with that scientific study?
I would agree with Rogers when he analyzed those studies and found that they were flawed. Those studies were seriously flawed. What they did was they used a screening test for malingering or feigning, a screening test, and they compared it to his test. His test is not a screening test. His test is designed to have heightened specificity, not to have false positives. The other test on the other side, the Miller, was set up for high sensitivity, to go off every time a person walked through that magnetometer. This test only goes off if someone walks through the magnetometer like with a gun in their pocket.
Doctor, let me ask you some questions about the TOM. Is that an acronym for the test of memory malingering?
Yes,
And you indicated that you gave that test to Michael Barisone.
yes, 1 of 4 tests.
And you indicated that when you gave Michael Barisone the test of memory malingering, that he had a poor score.
He had a score of 41 on trial 2 and trial 4.
And I think you indicated that to the jury on direct examination, that that score is poor.
It's yes, a score under 45 is considered a problem. With the exception if someone has some kind of like brain injury, a TBI or something of that sort.
And you didn't note any issues like that with Mr. Barisone?
Well, I did write, after I considered that he has some problem with visual memory, and he has some problem with attention. And I also mentioned that an odd finding was that on the VIP, which is a very superior test, on the nonverbal part, there was indication of a problem sustaining attention. So I hypothesized that there's a possibility that the 41 score was due to the fact of his difficulty in different areas.
Now, you just testified that a score under 45 is a problem.
Yes,
I think that was your exact words. And you indicated that Michael Barisone scored a 41 on the test of memory malingering, correct?
yes.
That was on 2 of the trials, correct?
Trial 2 and the recognition trial.
His score on trial 1 was a 35.
Yes,
You didn't include that in your report.
you don't, that's not how you analyze it.
I didn't ask that question, doctor.
You would never include that.
Well, a score of 41 is actually indicative of someone who is likely malingering, correct?
Possibly so, if they don't have any other difficulty that's maybe impacting the score.
Judge, I'm going to ask to show the witness. I have it on my computer, but because it was highlighted, I think it's difficult to read. So this has been marked as S422.
All right.
Doctor, I apologize that this is difficult to read here. But would you agree with me that it says any score lower than 45 on trial 2 or on the retention trial should raise concerns that the individual is not putting forth maximum effort and is likely malingering?
Keep on reading.
Rather,
I can't read that.
I'm sorry, doctor. Rather than using the score of 45 as a rigid cutoff, it should be viewed as a guideline,
Yes.
with the likelihood of malingering increasing as the score deviates further from the normative baseline for each specific diagnostic group.
Okay.
You didn't indicate that in your report, did you?
No, what I indicated was he's got a score of 41 and 41, and I indicated possible reasons for the low score, and it's inconsistent with the high scores on the VIP.
And you excluded the 35.
I would never report the first score. It's not part of the analysis. You give the first test, then you give the second, and you give the retention.
Judge, I don't anticipate that I'm going to finish in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I can certainly keep going.
Why don't you keep going a little while longer since we don't have tomorrow morning? So you can keep going, just for 10 minutes.
You had been asked questions about amnesia on direct examination,
Yes.
and you indicated that you diagnosed the defendant with dissociative amnesia.
Yes, localized.
And I think you testified on direct examination that it could be dissociative amnesia.
Yes. I
So-
chose to diagnose that.
When you were asked whether you were sure of that or made that opinion within a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, is that the same as it could have been?
Yes. More likely than not.
Now, you agree with me that there's no memory disorder that's selective just for criminal behavior?
I don't know what that means.
Was there anything in the DSM that would indicate someone could have a memory disorder that's selective just for the time that they're doing something that's criminal?
It's possible. I wouldn't rule out any of that, and I wouldn't use the word malingering. Because if you're going to use the word malingering, you have to show a test that is positive for feigning. There's no test that I gave that show any feigning.
So my question was,
Yes.
is there any diagnosis in the DSM that deals with someone's memory being selective just for the time when they commit a crime?
No.
Now, you'd agree with me that the DSM also indicates that feigned amnesia is found more commonly in individuals with legal problems.
Well, I think the reference is not, they say, they don't use feigned, they use malingering amnesia, right? As a V code. The V code in that book, I think on page 715 or so, it basically states that in criminal situations you should suspect that there's malingering, but it doesn't prove that there's malingering in this case, because it's not just a simple criminal act, it's the fact that he can't remember something that was incredibly stressful.
And my question was, isn't it true that feigned amnesia is more commonly found in individuals with legal problems?
I don't know that. I don't know any data on that.
Is it true that feigned amnesia is more commonly found in individuals who wish to escape stressful situations?
Dissociative amnesia often comes with people who are in stressful situations, but they don't call it, you're using a term that doesn't exist. You're saying feigned amnesia. The term that's in there is dissociative amnesia. That's an emotional type of amnesia.
Judge, I'm going to refer to the DSM-5. Again, this hasn't been marked.
All right.
And I'll mark it when we're done with court, Judge. Doctor, you just said that feigned amnesia isn't a term that's in the DSM.
Not that I know of, with the diagnostic number.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 298. You would agree with me
Okay, go ahead.
that this page talks about dissociative amnesia.
Yes,
That's the diagnosis that you came up with for Michael Barisson.
correct.
You would agree with me that there are a number of things listed after the criteria, diagnostic features,
Correct.
associated features, risk and prognostic factors.
Yes,
And if we get here to page 301, it says factitious disorder and malingering, correct?
correct.
And you'd agree with me that the book says feigned amnesia is more common in individuals with legal problems, correct?
Okay, yes,
It also says feigned amnesia is more common in individuals with a wish to escape stressful circumstances.
okay.
Does it then go on, many individuals who malinger confess spontaneously or when confronted?
Well, it's a strange article there, because there's no specific diagnosis for feigned amnesia. It doesn't have a number. There's no number.
Doctor, if you recall my question, it
Yes.
wasn't whether or not there was a number or whether or not there was a specific diagnosis. I asked you if the diagnostic and statistical manual indicates that feigned amnesia is more commonly found in individuals with legal problems.
Possibly so, but
And
that
you told
criteria,
us that feigned
that-
amnesia does not
that-
appear in the DSM.
when you look at malingered amnesia, it's wrong. I could show you the data 80% of the time. Now, I'm not saying that, anyway,
And doctor, I'm just asking you about your diagnosis.
yes,
You diagnosed the defendant with the
Dissociative
possibility of
amnesia.
dissociative amnesia.
dissociative amnesia localized.
And you would agree with me that in the comments or the follow-up statements about dissociative amnesia, it talks about feigned amnesia.
In that same paragraph, they use the word malingering and they use the word feigned. Those are two different concepts. I don't know if they made a mistake or what.
The authors of the American Psychiatric Association made a mistake
So-
when they published the
so-
DSM-5.
So look on page 715, I believe it's 715, for conditions V codes. And on that page, it discusses malingering. And those diagnoses, malingering, are wrong 80% of the time.
Now, you indicated, and we just read, rather, that it's true that individuals who malinger may confess spontaneously.
Okay?
You would agree with me at least that that's what we just read out of the American Psychiatric Association's DSM-5.
Okay, yes.
You would agree that Michael Barisone was overheard at the scene saying, "I had a good life."
Okay,
You would agree that he was overheard in the ambulance saying, "Is this real? And I need to wake up."
yes,
You'd agree that in the ambulance he also said, "Someone drove down my driveway and said she was going to take my kids."
yes,
You'd agree that the defendant was overheard later at the hospital saying, "They destroyed my life in the last 6 months and they took it all away."
yes.
Did you ask him what he meant by any of those statements?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he doesn't know?
he doesn't know what they meant. He doesn't even know how his arm was broken.
And you believe the timing and substance of those specific statements is vague?
They're not vague, but you have to have a context. He
Didn't,
was in-
didn't you
he
write
was
in your
beat-
report that they were vague?
Well, I asked him what they meant. I didn't know what they meant. I don't know what he's referring to, or what those statements are referring to. It's not clear to me.
Do you recall in the written statement that he wrote for Dr. Simring, where he indicated on a certain page that after the DCP&P worker got there and he was in his office, that he only remembered 2 or 3 things that were blurry at best?
That's in his report, Dr. Simring's report, but I didn't ask that, what he remembered. I asked him the last thing he remembered.
The defendant saying he remembered 2 or 3 things and it's blurry at best is in Dr. Simring's report?
I believe it's in Dr. Simring's report, but or it's in the 91 pages. But I didn't ask him on that. I asked him the last thing he remembered.
So you didn't ask him what the 2 to 3 things were
No.
that he remembered after he was in his office, after the
What
DCP&P
what
worker?
he said he remembered was lightning bolts coursing through his body, feeling confused, had trouble breathing. It was like he was having a panic attack, and he didn't know where he was, what he was doing, and the next thing he remembered was waking up at the hospital. And then I said, well, what was the first thing what you recall when you were waking up? And he said to me, I asked for a priest, and then I asked if my children were safe.
I had asked you the question earlier, Doctor, about...
Are you going to a different area?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll break now. It's about 20 of, we went 10 minutes over. I don't want to go any further. You get the morning off, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to resume at 1:30 or as close to 1:30 as we can. So please be here about around 1 o'clock or so, 1:15 at the latest. All right, thank you all. Please don't discuss the case.